Maybe we went too fast. There we go. I went too quick. Thank you. We are going to reconvene our regular Board of Education meeting for Washington Unified School District, February 13th, 2025. And to begin, I'm going to read our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land currently occupied by the Washington Unified School District as the traditional home of the Patwin people. These sovereign people have been the caretakers of the area since time immemorial. Despite centuries of genocide and occupation, the Patwin people continue as vibrant and resilient federally and recognized and unrecognized tribes, bands, and rancherias. Today, we honor and recognize our Patwin tribal neighbors for their contributions as the caretakers of the Sacramento Valley, and we honor their sustained existence. With their blessing and continued guidance, Washington Unified seeks to provide accessible, equitable, and supportive institution of learning and experience. That is going to take us to the Pledge of Allegiance. Coach Franny, will you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay.
Thanks, Franny.
Thank you. All right, and now we have our roll call. Vice President Coffey.
Present.
Clerk Castro.
Here.
Trustee Hunt.
Here.
And Trustee Wong.
Here.
And I too am here. Our announcements of actions taken in closed session. We have Government Code 54957.1, pending or potential litigation. Direction was given. Government Code Section 54957, public employee discipline, dismissal, release. Direction was given. Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators, WSTA, CSCA, and management. Information was received. All right, and that takes us to the approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Okay, then can we have a motion to approve?
I move.
Moved by Vice President Wong, seconded by Clerk Castro. All in favor?
I'm not Wong.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice President Coffey. And second, you said nothing, but I was looking down here.
I'm like, okay.
Thank you.
Turn it on.
Vice President Coffey, seconded by Clerk Castro. All in favor?
Aye.
I too vote aye. Thank you.
Sorry.
No, please, yes, please correct me. Okay, now we're going to our communications and celebrations. We have our recognition of the second annual WUST Leadership Development Day. Welcome our Director of EDI, June Flores.
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Hildreth, President Kirby Gonzalez, trustees, cabinet members.
And our WUSD family.
We'd like to bring attention to the second annual Leadership Development Day titled World Changers that took place right here in our district on January 16th.
Before we move on, this is aligned to our strategic plan in the following way.
Ta-da.
On January 16th, 2025, WUSD hosted the second annual district-wide Leadership Development Day, with 250 students from across the district coming together under one roof to be equipped to be world changers.
And I'd like to give everybody just a little bit of history on where Leadership Development Day came from. Our first annual Leadership Development Day started last year, and the goal of last year's Leadership Development Day was unity between the North and the South Side schools. The entire day focused on understanding that we can be competitive on the field, but in the classroom and when it comes to uplifting our district, we are to be unified. The second Leadership Development Day, called World Changers, could you go back real quick? Actually was birthed from the leadership teachers in this district, across the district. We came together and we realized that our students, in order to make positive change on their campuses, needed to be equipped. Leadership Development Day in general started because our K-8s, many of them did not have funds to pour into their leadership, the development of their leadership students. That's why we brought it to the district. So this year, the goal was to equip our leadership students. Leadership teachers came up with the concept, the design, the graphics, and the schedule, except for the t-shirt, which is compliments of Yorgos. Yorgos actually came up with the design of this t-shirt. But what this t-shirt shows you, if you look at all the words that make up the World Changer Special Blend, it shows you student input. We customized this day specifically for our students. We took the design Yorgos made, and then we met with leadership students, and we asked them what words would they want reflected. What characteristics would make a World Changer Special Blend? So this was developed from students. In addition, the sessions were actually developed by students. So what we did is we went to leadership classes and we asked leadership students, what's not working in leadership? They gave us a list pretty easily, and from that information, we put together each session that the students would learn. So this Leadership Development Day was customized specifically by our students and for our students.
And this image depicts the WSD student leaders, what they look like united.
Isn't that a beautiful picture?
We began the day off with all of the RCHS leadership students coming in at 7 a.m. to make sure that all of the things were in place, that we had inflatables, we had bubble guns, we had made sure that everything was in place so that way the elementary school leaders could come in and feel super welcomed when they walked in. Everybody would cheer for them and welcome them as they went through the halls.
The sessions were co-created by district office team and student leaders. So not only were the sessions customized for our students and through their feedback, but they were actually delivered by district staff partnered with student leaders. We even had an alumni fly in all the way from Seattle, Melody Lozano, who was the ASB president 2 years ago, to lead one of these sessions. Older students, the goal was for older students to be recognized as role models by the K-8 students and to be able to pour into their community directly. This also saved us a lot of money.
I also led one of the sessions. My sessions was named Leading with the Heart, based on including everybody in a part of your life and showing leaders what it means like to truly be inclusive of all people, whether that be inside the classroom, at sports, or even a language barrier. We had all our students put together and act out how they would try to help their fellow students. What it felt like for me coming in as a 16-year-old to try to form these people from a bunch of different schools and see the difference from when they began to start off, where they were separated by their friendships and by their schools, and then by the end of our session be together and become one big friend group, was truly just so heartfelt to see.
And just to name a few of the sessions, not all of them, there were 9 in total, and you can go ahead and switch the slide. There were 9 in total. We had one, the picture on the left, which was a community service event where students made Valentine's Day cards to accompany the meals that will be distributed by Meals on Wheels to the elderly. I almost said veterans, looking at the flag. And in addition, we had communication sessions, marketing sessions, and time management, and how to lead a team and meet deadlines and progress a project along. Next one. The event ended with a rally. Student reps, so one of our sessions was actually rally planning, because what leadership teachers found at the K-8s is that students at the K-8s did not necessarily know how to plan an effective, engaging rally. So students, 3 student reps from each school planned this rally from beginning to end. And then we ended the session, we ended the day with a rally where schools competed against each other. That feedback came from last year Leadership Development Day, where the students gave us feedback saying, we want some competition, and we'd like to be able to bond as a school and have some active outside activities. So that's what we did. Now they're able to bring that knowledge back to their campus, and they have been empowered to run effective rallies on their own sites.
You can go to the next slide. The slide after. All right, this is from our student post surveys. This is direct feedback from our students after the day had ended. Somebody said, my biggest takeaway was inclusivity. I learned how to make everyone feel involved and be kind to people. Another person said, I learned how to work with people I don't know, build teamwork, and have fun while being a good leader, showing that all these qualities were met after the day had ended.
And we want to end this presentation with saying thank you to food services. We want to thank technology. We want to thank transportation. We want to thank maintenance, because in order to pull this off, we needed 250 box lunches. We needed classrooms cleaned. We needed bathrooms stocked. We needed furniture moved. And we needed IT set up everywhere. And we want to thank our 20 session presenters who presented, from instructional coaches to directors. We just want to say thank you. This could not have happened without you. Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was such a beautiful presentation and so well done. I've talked to many of the kids who've done the Leadership Day, and they have had nothing but really positive things to share. And so thank you for growing this program and making it so impactful for our kids. Okay, and that takes us now to our student board member report. Welcome, Alexia Jimenez from Washington Middle College High School.
Hi, everybody. This is our student board member presentation. Starting us off, we have Bridgeway Island. Bridgeway Band rocked their performance with the RCHS Band and Sea Monkeys last week. Students in elementary school were awarded Thrive Awards for Integrity, which is the I in Thrive. Huge thanks to our PTO and student leadership for putting on our best dance yet. Moving on to Riverbank. Community tree planting event scheduled for Saturday, March 1st from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. They aim to make a significant event by inviting the West Sacramento Mayor, WUSD board members, and local press. Over 50 trees will be planted, and we will also unveil the blueprint for our school during the event. Kindergarten students will plant trees on February 27th. They can watch the trees grow and mature as they grow and mature. Elkhorn Village School, Royalty Agility Training through Community Schools is off to a great start, with 50 students enrolled, split into 2 sessions. Elkhorn Boosters held their 3rd annual crab feed. It was a sold-out event with appetizers, dinners, raffle, and dancing. Southport School. Southport celebrated National Rubber Duck Day by dancing in the drop-off line. In addition, the grade level who was able to soar the highest on that day threw 350 little rubber ducks at Principal Rogers and Assistant Principal Henderson. Academic awards assemblies were held on January 30th to recognize student growth in iReady, 1st through 5th grade, and middle school honor roll. 144 middle school students made honor roll. Annual Performing Arts Showcase is February 13th. Stonegate School. Construction of the Stonegate play structure is complete. They had a ribbon cutting ceremony, and students are loving the AstroTurf and shade structure. Westmore Oaks School. Westmore Oaks hosted the first African American Scholars Project Family Engagement Night on January 28th. Families were welcomed by Project Sankofa leaders Dr. Beasley and Mr. Charles Bolton, who led the program on our campus for our African American middle school students. The program uses research-based, award-winning curriculum to help students explore the intersections of their identity. Westfield Village School. Westfield leadership students won the Spirit competition at Leadership Development Day. Washington Unified Virtual Academy. WUVA students will be coming on campus for their in-person day on February 21st, and Sammy Circuits will be there. They have several 8th grade students attending district-wide field trips and with other 8th graders, including YOLO Empower Her, Student Voices. In April and May, their WUVA students will be all invited to attend several field trips, including Turner Library, Beach Street Theater, and the Museum of Science and Curiosity. Washington Adult School. Their adult ed program has graduated 10 adult students and will be receiving their high school diploma. There is one student who successfully passed the citizenship test. Congratulations to Maria Romero becoming a U.S. citizen. 2 students have successfully passed all 4 sections GAD tests: math, science, language arts, and social studies. Congrats to Tracy and I don't want to mispronounce their name, but Akanemi. YOLO High School. They're thrilled to kick off their handball spring tournaments with many participants, including enthusiastic female students. The excitement is high. Teachers and staff consistently acknowledge each student's efforts in improving their attendance and academic performance. River City High School. River City High School celebrated winter homecoming last week. Thank you to everybody who helped make all of the activities possible. At Washington Middle College High School, the Science Exploration and Green Team, alongside the SLUIS program, gave back to help the environment at the Center for Base Learning. Students restored native plants alongside the newly rehabilitated waterway in the Davis Arboretum. Great job, Panthers. And that concludes our student board member presentation.
Thank you so much. And as always, you are welcome to stay and join us throughout the meeting and to vote and give your comments. And you may also excuse yourself at any time that you need to. All right, and that now takes us to our association reports. So we have WSTA. Welcome up, President Knapp.
Good evening, President Kirby Gonzalez, Vice President Coffey, not Wong.
I corrected myself.
I
right?
know. Clerk Castro, Superintendent Hildreth, Cabinet, and staff. It's nice to see you. I wish it weren't on a Thursday on a 4-day weekend, but it is nice to see you. I want to be brief tonight, but I want to talk. First of all, I want to thank the board and the cabinet for the budget study session that occurred last night. We greatly appreciate the transparency that provides and the opportunity both for the board to hear from the perspective of the CBO and the cabinet, but also, and maybe even for us, more importantly, to hear our perspective and our analysis of the information, because that helps the board have kind of a whole picture of all parties that are interested and involved. And I thought it was a really great, atmosphere, and there was, because of the way the structure was set up, there was a lot of give and take in real time. And I really appreciate these study sessions because the nature of them allows for real-time feedback, as opposed to, comment that can't be responded to. So I hope we continue with that because it certainly builds trust. I want to celebrate, probably putting her on the spot a little bit, Autry, but look at that tight lip. But this isn't official, but WSTA did pass a budget to buy an inclusive library to put in WUVA, and the plan here is that when teachers have a student that is working through their gender identity, working through their cultural history, working through any topic that is difficult and maybe challenging in our community, WSTA has approved $1,000 to buy an inclusive library that we can put in the WUVA campus and in the library until it's taken by Elkhorn. And we've had initial talks with Autry, and Ed Services is interested in matching our $1,000 so we can start building this library, and a teacher can just go check out a book. If a student says, I'm not sure I feel comfortable in my skin, there is something that a teacher can go and access and help kids understand who they are. This is the kind of collaboration that I just get so excited about when we work together on. And so I just want to thank the open communication. And again, it's not official. We haven't done anything yet, but the openness is really appreciated. So thank you, Autry. I just want to say this. I don't know what's going on, and I wouldn't presume to know, and I don't want to cast any judgments regarding what's happening at River City. But I do know that River City needs support right now. And I'm not going to jump the gun and make any assumptions about it, but I hope the board and the cabinet considers that River City is really struggling right now with several issues, and I know I don't have to go into it. And I hope that we can go and surround River City with support. In line with this, and I know we've talked about this, and I appreciate the district's effort to communicate support for our undocumented families. I think we can always do more. I heard that Stacy and some folks were going to present some information to the community. I want to make sure that it's really public. And in these cases, and I said this with community schools, I want to make sure that we give information where people are. I want to make sure that we're going to churches and community centers and places where people can hear us, because sometimes folks don't feel safe coming to us and coming to our facilities. I'm hoping we can work out. WSTA is working to see if we can secure red cards for every student so that students know their rights and what they can disclose and what they don't have to disclose. It's a scary time. I have a feeling we're seeing anecdotal evidence that students aren't coming to school right now, and I have a feeling when it bears out, we're going to see students aren't coming to school because they're afraid of raids on campuses. And anything that we can do within the power of the law that allows us to support our community, we're ready to work together on that. I just wanted to take a second to celebrate my CSEA partners. We work together really well, and it's a great place for labor right now because CSEA and WSTA are in constant communication. And that also goes to Shay in Human Resources is a great communicator right now, and we really appreciate the open communication with Shay and want to celebrate the knowledge and experience that Shay brings to the district. After the budget study session, I think we talked about this a little bit, and I want to really appreciate Vice President Coffey for bringing it up last night. We really need to look at programs that are being utilized and programs that are not. And listen, I'm not throwing stones at anybody right here. When COVID came, we had to spend a lot of money, and we had to spend it fast, and we purchased programs because we needed to. But I think we have a lot of programs in the district, and if you look at the district portal, some of the software programs and other programs that teachers and students are not utilizing. And so as we look towards the future and trying to make sure we keep balanced budgets, I would recommend that we have something official in the ways of looking at an audit for programs. We can talk about it. We can talk about making sure the board is really conscientious about whether we renew on action items or whether we don't on consent items. But I think for the board to really be able to make those decisions, we don't have to go external on this, but we really need an internal audit. I'm not talking about an official audit, but we need someone to really look at these programs and do some research and find out what we're using and what we're not. To finish tonight, I just want to make this statement because I believe in all of you, and I believe in the teachers and students in West Sacramento. And I just want to say in this really difficult time where it's hard to look at the news every day, and regardless of your political affiliation, it should be really hard to look at the news every day because we care about kids. In WUSD, we are inclusive, not exclusive. We are love, we are not hate. We are knowledge, not ignorance. We are advocates for all, regardless of race, creed, color, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, or political angle. We are WUSD, and we need to stand strong for our students, even when it takes courage and even when it puts us out there a little bit. And I know looking at your faces that we're going to do that because I believe in these people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Knapp. Now we have our CSEA report with President Gandara. Welcome.
Good evening, President Kirby Gonzalez, Superintendent Hildreth, Board of Trustees, and Cabinet. I'd like to begin tonight by saying that my Vice President Ruth, she'll talk right after me to discuss members' concerns and safeties. As you're all aware, we began negotiations last week with the district. I first want to thank Assistant Superintendent Borges. We walked away as a team collectively from the first session, and we're very pleased with the responsiveness of the district's team. We're pleased because Ms. Borges and on the other side of the table was very responsive, and it wasn't a drawn-out process like the last 3 years. The last 3 years have been really hard to negotiate, just very lengthy, not a lot of back and forth. So I want to thank Assistant Superintendent Borges, and Ms. Stovall was also on the Trustee Wong, I listened to the last board meeting at the end, the comment about IBB negotiations. I want to clarify that CSA does not participate in IBB as an association. We don't participate, but we still uphold the value and interest of my membership, which in turn should reflect the value and interest of the district. So I just want to make that clear, just because we don't participate in IBB. Going off the budget study again, thank you guys all for a long night last night. You know, it's been a long 3 days. But I just want to touch on a couple key points. First, we're pleased to find that Fund 17 is now documented, and it'll be there for negotiations this year. I also want to talk about the enrollment projections presented last year. You know, every year around this time, and I understand it has to do with the cycle of the budget. I understand. But every year we get the doom and gloom of declining enrollment. And at the end of the day, it's not declining. I would request, and I'm going to request, I'll send it through an email. I want to request the last 10 years previous. I don't want to see the next 30 years. That's irrelevant to me. I want to see the last 10 years, because that's going to give the true number of what our enrollment was. And I understand it will be swayed a little bit with COVID, right? It was a little rough time there, 19, 20, 21, 22. But I'll be requesting those numbers. Second, we discuss, as President Knapp said as well, spending of programs. And I'll just say it, it was mentioned some SAMI circuit. I have no clue what SAMI, I don't know if it's a human being, if it's a program, I don't know what it is. But what I got from that was, it's not a very popular program, person, something. But the comment was made that even if certain sites want to use it, you know, they should be allowed to use it with their site funds. But I want to remind everybody, site funds come from the general fund. So if us as a district don't adopt it. Because it's not like our government says, Bridgeway, you get X amount, you know, Stonegate, Riverbank, all the sites. I mean, I know, Jackie, I know it plays into the enrollment and all that of the sites, but I think we should remind everybody that site budgets are from the general fund. Okay. The third thing I want to do is I'm pleased to hear that we're going to bring back the, what's the right word? It's not Budget Stabilization Committee, but the committees again, right? Because I think we can take some good takeaways from WSTA and CSEA. You know, I say it all the time. We have a lot of good ideas, and a lot of us are lifelong WUSD, right? So we really want to protect the future of WSD. So I'm really looking forward to those meetings coming up. And then I'm just going to finish with, I know last year we had 2x2 meetings with 2 board members and then me and VP Ruth. And I would just like to continue those up. So my VP will probably be reaching out. So I want to continue those because I thought they were very useful and collaborative, and we're able to talk about a lot of information. And then here goes.
Good evening, trustees, superintendent, staff, public. Thank you for the time, President Gandara. I'll get on those 2x2. As stated previously, I am representing our members and their voices. Please understand this is a difficult and stressful time for many of our members. This year alone, challenges at our campuses pertaining to safety include hostility from parents and guardians, community members, and administrators for just doing their jobs. For instance, asking people to slow down in parking lots while dropping their children off. Asking members of the public or guests of administrators to sign in on visitor logs. Following campus safety protocols should never be met with hostility, but it is. Guests or visitors on campus should be forthright with their identification and connections to organizations. If they are not, they should be denied entry, just like anybody else. Real campus safety does not exist if there are certain individuals who feel that they are exempt from following rules and procedure. Classrooms have been and continue to be challenging and at times unsafe for staff, especially some of our paraeducators. Yard staff, including our campus security monitors, are literally outnumbered. They are expected to be in all places at all times. Bathrooms at River City and YOLO are areas of concern, as evident in the communications sent out this week. Side note, communication from River City High School Principal Jorgensen has been amazing. He's clear, consistent, and informative. Thank you. People have also come into our high school campuses with intent to do harm. Happened today at YOLO. These situations can be really intense, scary, and dangerous, and change from one moment to the next. Fortunately, our CSM at YOLO today was in the right place at the right time and was not severely hurt, but let's be real. One CSM cannot be in all places at all times. He needs additional support, and one could argue that River City needs more as well. Again, tonight, 3 more paras are resigning. On this board agenda, this year alone, you all know how many paras have left. Many have told us they're resigning because they are in an unsafe environment. We will continue to work closely with human resources to find solutions and best practices when it comes to serving all our students and their individual needs, while maintaining and striving for the highest standards of safety. The highest standards of safety. We also look forward to continuing to work with Dr. Burns, he left, who is, as we all know, very dedicated about campus safety and security. Article 21 is open. We're negotiating safety. The first line of our safety article is, the district shall provide a safe work environment and proper safety equipment for its employees. We know the workplace violence plan is being worked on currently. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Borges. We appreciate and value that work and look forward to continuing to work together to ensure our members are in safe environments, free of hostility, intimidation, and of course, violence. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, that now takes us to our public comment portion of the evening. I believe that there's 8 public comments. We have a 20-minute time that we try to keep, and I don't want to cut anyone off and remove anyone from that list. So I think the compromise would be if we could speak at 2.5 minutes, so 2.5 minutes. And if you're not able to share what you would like, the full piece, then you're welcome to email us. I promise you that we read it and that we will read what you send us. So I know that's not a great compromise, but I also know that people who've come in later wouldn't want to be taken off. So we're going to go for that. Okay. Here we go, our public comment disclaimer. At our regular board meeting held on February 9th, 2023, the board resolved that written public comments resolved by 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting will be provided to the board but not read into the record during the meeting. We have received those today, and they will be part of our public comment. Members of the public may address the board on the topics of our board agenda during every meeting. In addition, during regular meetings, the public may also address any topic within the jurisdiction of the board. Please know that the board is listening to your comment, but by law cannot meaningfully respond in this forum to items not on the agenda. The board may limit the total time for input on any topic to 20 minutes. Unless it waives the item limit, individual speakers may be limited to 3 minutes to comment, but we will do 2.5 so that we can get everyone in. The board respects the right of members of the public to speak regarding matters within its jurisdiction. However, please recognize that comments regarding students other than the speaker's own children made during a public board meeting may be a violation of the student's right to privacy, and thus the speaker may be legally liable. If you reference a student's name other than your own student, you may be deemed out of order. Furthermore, it's important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in a public board meeting, may be actionable civil defamation. Although the board may not prohibit such comments, board policy does allow the public to lodge complaints against district employees, providing more opportunity to be heard than is allowed under the meeting law. And so welcome. And
Our first public comment request is from Lisa Meneses.
Okay.
Meneses. I'm going to say 3 minutes up there, but it'll go out.
thank you.
That's what you'll hear.
Good evening. As an Elkhorn parent, I'm here to express my concern over the recent lack of community input and transparency in the Elkhorn Campus Modernization Project. Back in 2019, I participated in a community input session at Elkhorn that helped inform the facility's master plan of 2020. I actually dug up the summary handout that lists the priority concerns among Elkhorn parents that included the fact that the school does not have a space that accommodates the entire student body for school assemblies or large community events, and that the multi-use room, MUR, cafeteria, kitchen, and library were too small, and that our students did not have a gym. In order to implement the facility's master plan, it was crucial to secure funding through a ballot measure in November 2020. So I, along with other Elkhorn parents, joined the Measure Z campaign committee, where we phone banked, canvassed our neighborhoods in the middle of a pandemic to obtain enough voter support from all over West Sac. When the concept plans were finally revealed at our school in fall 2023, many of us had questions because many of the priority concerns previously identified by parents, including the common use spaces, were not reflected in the concept plans. We were reassured that these were just initial renderings and that there were plans for more community input sessions. But how many have actually been scheduled? 0. Not to mention that this whole project had been delayed by a year for reasons unclear to us. Last fall, we began hearing things to the grapevine that the project was millions of dollars over budget. We were going to lose our MUR, our library was getting cut in half, and a few of us shared our concerns with our principal, who invited district staff to coffee with the principal in December. At that meeting, we expressed concerns that the current plans to downsize common spaces wasn't solving an identified problem area, but it was making it worse. For example, at our winter show in our cafeteria, some parents couldn't even see their children perform because the room was over capacity, which left them stuck outside. Also, our MUR is used for school assemblies, dances, and for students to eat and play on rainy days like today, and for our after-school activities, including family bingo nights, art shows, and school festivals. With a significantly smaller MUR, we are less able to use it for these purposes. However, it seemed as though our concerns were falling on deaf ears, with no opportunity to collaborate on creative alternatives. In fact, our input was outright dismissed. We were told, and I quote, "If I ask 5 different parents, I'm going to get 5 different opinions. So why would I ask you when my team and I have been doing this for X number of years?" Well, you should ask us because we are the community that uses the spaces on a daily basis. And by community, I don't just mean parents and students. I've had 2 teachers tell me that they have not been asked for their input either. Also, we are the taxpayers that fund this bond measure,
and like I mentioned, actively campaigned to help get this Measure Z passed. Westsac's not going to get a school bond passed for a very long time, so we got to get this right, and we ask that you please, please partner with our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Menez.
Our next public comment request is from Betsy Cialino.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Betsy Cialino. I live in Broderick, and I'm the parent of a kindergarten student at Elkhorn Village Elementary. When we enrolled our son at Elkhorn, we were excited to learn that the campus would be renovated in 2025-26. I have nothing but good things to say so far about the administration, the teachers, and the staff in Elkhorn, but it really doesn't take an expert or professional assessment to know that that campus is in dire need of updating, both to meet the basic educational and social needs of the students and to continue to serve the growing population of Area 2. I reviewed the publicly available plans. I felt satisfied knowing that our district would make good use of Measure Z funds. So I was surprised to learn that not only have the plans changed with what appears to be a final plan that reduces the number of classrooms and multipurpose space, but there's been no formal process for soliciting and considering parent and teacher feedback before the plans are finalized. Updates and changes to the Elkhorn campus renovation project have only been shared because parents have asked to see them, and the designer that most recently shared changes to the plan was dismissive of parent concerns. And those concerns are legitimate. Fewer permanent classrooms, fewer multipurpose spaces for clubs, arts, sports, less access to green space. Those are important considerations, especially in Area 2, where there are several new high-density housing projects, and we expect the size and the diverse needs of students to just grow and grow and grow. You all know that Pillar B of Washington Unified Strategic Plan is schools can't do it alone. Quote, it promotes trusting relationships, open communication, and enduring partnerships among staff, families, and community. So it really would be in keeping with that pillar for there to be a formal plan to solicit input from parents and teachers. And that's what I'm asking for tonight, that the board here consider putting together a plan with several modalities for soliciting feedback, ideally at least 2 in-person meetings with facilitated dialogue and interpretation. And I would also hope that there would be transparency around how that input is weighted against other needs and considerations when making final. I only have a few seconds left, but I want to say I grew up in a rural area of California where we had 0 permanent classrooms, 20-year-old textbooks. That sent a message to us about our worth, and our children deserve to hear that their parents are being heard.
Thank you.
Our next public comment request is from Dr. Amali Kurzer.
Oh, sorry.
You can
I'm
also
too short.
lower the, right there on the side.
Oh, so fancy.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can.
No, I can't. I'm too not fancy enough.
Okay.
Okay. When Measure Z was passed by voters to renovate the oldest of West Sacramento schools, few were as grateful and excited as the families of Elkhorn Village. In the first rounds of plans presented in October of 2023, we as parents gave feedback on some of the less ideal aspects, such as the elimination of Elkhorn's school garden space, an overall reduction of classroom space, and most notably, a lack of expansion of Elkhorn's undersized cafeteria. Since then, I have talked to many parents and staff unable to attend that meeting and were surprised to hear that the cafeteria was not going to be expanded. For those of you who have not attended an awards ceremony, winter show, or other school-wide event at Elkhorn's cafeteria, this room is always standing room only, with parents waiting outside the door hoping to catch a glimpse of their child. Elkhorn's cafeteria is objectively small. It was built in 1954 when Elkhorn was only a K-5 school and is one of the smallest in the district. Elkhorn's sitting cafeteria capacity by the fire code is only 160, which is the equivalent of 2 grades of students at a time. For assemblies, we can only accommodate 60% of the students, approximately, which is lower than the majority of the newer schools in the district. When we asked the school district representatives why the cafeteria could not be expanded, they said, well, number 1, it was too expensive, and number 2, Westfield didn't get an upgrade, and therefore you can't either. We reluctantly accepted this, given the finite money available, and prepared to ask the school board to instead leave space adjacent to the cafeteria so that we could work to fundraise to potentially make this building a reality. In a larger space, our children might actually be able to run indoors for gym class on rainy days, or they won't have to walk across the campus to eat in the MUR, holding their lunches, walking through the rain. In December, we learned that plans changed due to rapid inflation and the portables will be torn down, but there will not be classrooms built to replace all of them. Instead, the MUR, which is the second largest meeting space on campus, will be converted to classrooms. The MUR is used for indoor recess, parent meetings, and all the other things that you've already heard about, as well as overflow for school events in the cafeteria itself. Although we have been told that some of the MUR might be able to be retained, it's going to be much smaller than it is now, which is a problem because as it is, we do not have enough large group space in that school. I have already experienced firsthand that we have less opportunities at Elkhorn because of this smaller space, and we can't do things like bring in theater troops like Stonegate has been able to. Please work to try to find another solution other than just sacrificing our MUR, even if it means we have to come up with something different. As parents, again, we feel that there has not been very much communication or opportunity for us to give this kind of feedback. I'm sorry, I'm finishing right now. So I just wanted to say that this is our school, and to shut out the feedback from those who go to the school is to shut out the very community that the school has been designed to serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Andy Hawk. Hook, I'm sorry.
I thought I was wrong all these years.
Don't let me hog. You didn't know. Like, it's spelled like it. That's my spelling. That's not
Andy
your fault.
Hook.
Hi, School Board. Dr. Hildreth, pleasure as always. Everyone, thank you for having me. I just came to speak quickly, apparently, about sort of what's been going on at River City High School. I'm going to assume you know the background, that a group of African-American students have had enough of racism on campus and in the district and have stood up and made their voices heard. And thank you. Love you guys. Appreciate you. I would like to start by saying that this is not just a River City problem. The kids in our discussion with Dr. Hildreth, where I was happy to sit in, they made it clear that they were worried about their younger brothers and sisters also, and that they experienced this at their K-8s as well. And so this is a big deal. And I just want to say that everyone at WUSD should be looking at themselves and saying, you know, how can I be better? How can I create an environment where all of my students feel safe, supported, welcome, and loved, and especially our African-American students who clearly don't, and that's not okay. And we do know some things that we can do. They're asking straight up, and we could just listen to them. They're saying, end hate speech, put an end, stop allowing the N-word to be used on campus. That is a simple and free solution that we can do. We can listen to them, and we can do that, and that's not that hard. Representation is important. We need to see more people. I appreciate, respect, and love that we have African Americans in the highest of positions at this district, but the students don't see them every day. The students don't see them in their classrooms. The students don't see them on campus. We have well less than 5% African American representation on staff on River City High School, and that could be certainly better. Where am I at? 1 minute. And then finally, we need leadership who's willing to have these hard discussions, to talk about race and to discuss these things. And just to make it clear that as a public school, it's our job to educate and welcome every group of people, because that's what we do. We're a public school and everyone's welcome. And if you're using speech that makes any group feel like they are not welcome, then we cannot allow that, because that's what we do. Everyone's welcome. We're a public school. And I am sad to report that happy to report that we have the perfect person for many of these solutions. We have an African-American woman in leadership. She is an administrator. She's had hard conversations. She's held students accountable, and we're letting her go. And I'm speaking, of course, of Dr. Elise Verscher, who teachers have supported. We created a petition, and 60 teachers signed it within a week, and we didn't ask teachers who didn't have tenure, because safety first. The CSM say they feel supported by her, and the students brought her up when asked, and I think it's sad that we're letting her go, because I think she's perfect to solve this problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next public comment request is from Pamela A. I didn't want to mispronounce your last name, I'm sorry.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Pamela Alcahan. I'm a teacher at River City High School. Our WSTA president mentioned that River City High School needs a little bit of attention, and that is true, but I kind of want to speak towards something that I think is going well at River City High School right now, and that is the work of our assistant principal, Dr. Verscher. We have had some real strong concerns about hate speech at our campus, and the way that she has demonstrated empathy and support towards our students and the teachers who have also had these concerns. She has fostered an inclusive environment where all students feel heard. These concerns have been on the mouths of teachers and students at River City High School for quite some time now, and it feels as if she has been getting the ball rolling on this, and we appreciate that a great deal. Even though she's brand new on campus, Dr. Verscher has really brought unity for our African American students on campus. I've seen my students stand up with more conviction and more strength than I've seen in years. She has been transparent with her goal of anti-racism, and as Mr. Hook mentioned, students, CSM, teachers, we support the work that she's doing, and we think that it's very much needed. Dr. Verscher is probably the type of person who shakes up the status quo, and that makes some people uncomfortable. But she's a disruptor in the best sense, and River City High School needs a disruption right now because a lot of what's going on is not satisfactory. We need change at River City High School, and having Dr. Verscher has created positive shifts that I have seen in the culture at our school. As mentioned, over 60 teachers have expressed support in the work that she is doing, and this would be a huge loss for our school, for our students, if we were to go forward with letting her go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public comment request is from Tessa Hernandez.
Tessa Hernandez. This is my 16th year teaching at River City High School, and I'm here as a character reference as well on behalf of Dr. Elise. Without hesitation or question, I can easily say that Dr. Verscher has been the best administrator that I've ever worked with. Throughout my years here at River City, there have been some years that are better than others since we returned from virtual learning due to COVID. I have witnessed a disturbing and unacceptable behavior from students, and it has made my job as a teacher significantly more difficult. The only administrator I have seen take any meaningful action has been Dr. Students have reported to me in the spring of 2023 that they've had to say that they have vaped on the Healthy Kids survey because they use the bathrooms at River City. These are athletes that don't want the poison in their bodies. Students have also told me that they do not drink water while they're at school, so they don't have to use the restroom. I know more and more students are coming onto campus under the influence of substance or doing them while on campus. Teachers have reported that students are doing it in their classrooms as well. And the only solutions that have been utilized are mending matters, which is not effective. In bathrooms, students have, there has been an increase in meetups for fighting, drug use, and sexual encounters. And we have not had any discussions on this issue. And River City did not used to be like this. And meanwhile, we have had one administrator, Dr. Verscher, who has broken up drug rings and held kids accountable. There's also been a steady increase in hate speech on campus since I have started working here. June Flores created an anti-hate speech campaign with students last year. June presented this information to our staff, and she said there were lessons available for administrators to give to teachers. And this was not done at River City, and the problem has gotten significantly worse. Due to a lack of consequences, the situation has not improved. I've heard that our own administrator has been called the N-word. Others have been called the F slur. And students are openly using the N-word in classes as well as F slurs, along with other hate speech. We very clearly need education on this matter, and we as a staff need education, we need proper training, and we need the support, and we need clear measures on how to address this. The situation will not improve without the support of all. This needs to be addressed immediately with an all-hands-on-deck approach. We have one admin who's capable and willing to have these courageous conversations, and that's Dr. Verscher. She's driven, organized, genuine, helpful, encouraging, thoughtful, creative, goal-oriented, enthusiastic administrator, and my time is up. Thank you for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next public comment request is from Dr. Amber Bradley.
Sorry, everyone. I'm bringing my Chromebook up here like a student. Okay. Good evening, Dr. Hildreth and the board. To the new members who I haven't had the privilege of meeting yet, I am Dr. Amber Bradley. I'm a government and ethnic studies teacher at River City High School. I'd like to acknowledge and appreciate the openness of WSD to create an inclusive library for our students. I know many teachers like myself and Tessa Hernandez have created classroom libraries to support diversity in our classrooms. So I appreciate you all being willing to do the same. Today, I was able to meet with teachers at River City High School regarding union issues. And while I am speaking today as a teacher, not as a union representative, our teachers are really concerned at River City High School. We're concerned about the racism and the hate speech that's an ongoing issue for our students and for our teachers and for our community at large. I have had students report hearing targeted hate speech that harms them directly as students. I've had students who are afraid of ICE issues on campus, immigrations and customs enforcement. I've had teachers who are concerned about how to protect our students. We're literally trained on how to protect our students' lives during classroom lockdowns and active shooter drills. We are prepared to protect our students' lives. The same goes for ICE and police drills that happen on our campuses. We have teachers who are ready to protect their students' lives when it comes to ICE coming on our campuses as well. Our teachers at River City High School have one administrator who has, time after time, supported our students of color and our teachers. All of our teachers of color and our white teachers. Dr. Verscher has continuously supported us and has actively fought against racism and hate speech on our campus. We are lucky to have her, and we need more support like her on our campus. Dr. Verscher makes us feel safe. She supports staff and students. Please take the time to implement training for our teachers, for our staff on how to deal with hate speech issues, to support our marginalized students, to support our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last public comment request is from Patrice Griffith.
Good evening. My name is Patrice Griffith. Regardless of what others may have portrayed, I am a proud and active parent of a child in this district. I'm emotional right now because most of you know how often I have come to this podium and said those words, and here we are. We should not have come this far. This is not what I was going to speak on tonight. It is heartbreaking to do all this work, to be your child's scout leader, to be your child's PSU advisor, to be the only one consistently. We need the right amount of help for our children. We need, when you say we will support no room for hate, to actually follow through. And that has not happened. You have dropped the ball there, but you have picked up many other balls, thrown them in the air, and supported our children, all of our children, in particular our children of color, and have poured money and time and programs into our children. Because time has been cut, I can't go into those details. You know what they are. I encourage our parents to do some digging and find out what that is for your child. so that you too can take advantage for your children. And some of you have children who can take advantage of those programs. I implore you to do so. But I am going to completely switch gears and congratulate women's wrestling for winning the first ever Mel League Women's Wrestling Championship. But this momentous occasion, celebrated by most of you, celebrated by those in the room, by our mayor, by city council members, by our Yolo County Board of Supervisors, has been overshadowed because you may not know the Mel League, MEL, has actually rescinded our pennant. They did not tell our girls this until after they won. They claim that the pennant is going to be given until after the season. So I ask you to please work alongside the athletic director and principal who are already working with the Mel League to get these girls the pennant they deserve, the recognition that they deserve that was stolen from them at the podium last Saturday. After they were announced that they won, they weren't allowed to go up and celebrate like their male counterparts. And it is 2025. It has got to stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for your comments this evening. And know that we take them very seriously. And we have been listening, and we will have our staff follow up as appropriate as well. We have more?
I just received them, so I wanted to confirm if you are okay with proceeding or if.
How many do we have?
There are 3 more.
Please don't yell at me. Thank you. There's 3 more. Okay. So typically we would stop this evening, but I'll go let's do those 3 more for 2.5 minutes. But on precedent, typically once we make our decision with our time, then we stop them. Yes. Welcome to that, please.
Thank you. Our next public comment speaker is Tyrone Reed.
Welcome, Tyrone.
Sorry for the delay.
Let's wait on your time, Tyrone. You can move that up, and then that might be more comfortable. If you push the button up, there you go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The issue I will be displaying will affect others due to past tragic events, emotional damage, and stress. The issue that I'm about to put on your shoulders today is about history when Black and African Americans were enslaved or was treated by the government as slaves back then. As of today, at my school, River City High School in West Sacramento, where so far in my high school life, I have not been treated respectfully as others. There has been times in my life I don't feel safe or respected as my fellow peers in the campus. My problem is where people who have said the N-word felt like it doesn't care, but I care. I believe that the N-word means to me that they're calling me a coward. And believe me, I'm not alone in this situation. Because I have been supported by my friends and my peers who have made me feel better. But still, it's 2025. We are not setting a good example for our future, for our brothers and sisters. And I don't want anybody else to deal with this matter ever again. Let's make a change before we go into our own ways again. And I reassure you that this is only a beginning to our solution. We need to end with a better solution before people hate on each other. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public comment request is from Justice Spencer.
Welcome.
My name is Justice Spencer, and I want to talk about how African American students feel unsafe at River City, how we constantly fear of what's going to happen if we don't move in groups. how we feel hyper-focused on, how we get exclusionary discipline just because of our skin color. I generally don't like to feel like I'm being hyper-focused on or I have to be excluded because of my skin color or because of what's going on. I don't want to feel like I'm just not a human. I want to be accepted. I want to feel like a person like the others. And you know, they feel like it's normalized to be racist to African Americans. They think it's cool to say it to our faces now. They think it's okay to just be racist to us. They feel like it's cool to write it on walls and just cover it up like nothing happened. Every time I see that, that makes me think, what was the point of making us all feel so much equal when we're not equal? If we was to do something, we would get suspended or, you know, expelled for more than 5 days? But with other peers, they would only get like 3 days of suspension, 2 days of suspension. So I feel like when we say we're equal, nobody is equal. We sit here and deal with so much, but yet they sweep it under the rug like it's so little. The N-word has been used to put us back in our place, to make us seem like we're ignorant. We're not ignorant people. We are all the same. We bleed the same. We breathe the same. But yet, when it comes to our skin color, we're different. I don't understand that. You act like we can choose our own skin color. You act like we can be a different person. If that was the choice, you know, we would have done that. But why do that? No, I'm proud to be who I am. God made me the man I am. My mom made me the man I am. My coaches made me the man I am now. So why should I sit here and have to feel disrespected because of my skin color? Why do you feel the need to disrespect that culture? All culture should be accepted, no matter what you are. You could be yellow, blue, green. You should feel accepted regardless of where you're at, even in the community. That's what I wanted to come here and talk about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public comment request is for Marcus Tribble. Sorry, our last public comment request.
Welcome, Marcus.
Okay, so I really wasn't planning on speaking, but it's necessary. Two young men that just spoke were two of my players from my football team. I'm a coach at River City High School, as well as an employee and also a parent. Parent of 4 graduates, 1 freshman at Washington Middle College. And last but not least, I was also a young black male like those young men back there. And in saying that, I'm just gonna put it out there. It's not an issue based on just the people who are involved now as far as leadership-wise. This has just been an issue that just needs to be addressed and directed head on, and what it needs to be dealt with. Because at the end of the day, it's just people not understanding each other or understanding the culture. And black culture hasn't been addressed the way it should be in school amongst students of other races. It hasn't. And this is fact. The reason why my children know what they know at home, why my players conduct themselves the way they do with each other, is because of the place and the surroundings that they're in. My little kingdom is my football field. But every player that plays for me, that word never comes out. If it does, how many push-ups do you get? There's consequence. And with that means it comes with consequence, means understanding. With understanding, that means you'll be able to now recognize what you're doing and your actions towards the other, towards those adults. Players do not disrespect the coaches. Coaches do not disrespect players. There's a mutual respect for all goals that we have a goal that we try to reach every week. And they understand that. So I'm just using football as a metaphor. So those tactics can also be used on campus, as well as me as a CSM. I deal with students from all backgrounds, all kind of home lives. I don't know what they're going through, but it's an even kill all the way across. And myself as a staff, and like I said, as a parent, I'm willing to put myself out there to help build the foundation with Black students in Washington Union School District, because it's needed, it's necessary. The same way that there will be a translator to speak with the Muslim parent, with the Hispanic parent, with the Asian parent. Even though we speak the same language, our culture still has to be taught. And if you don't have anyone like myself in the room, how could you understand if I can't translate that for you? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out. And again, thank you for your comments, your brave comments. It's hard sometimes to speak at this podium, and I want to commend you for speaking your truth and know that you have been heard. And hate speech absolutely has no place in Washington Unified, and we stand fully in support of that and against any hate speech on our campuses. And clearly more needs to be done, and so there will be follow-up on those actions. Thank you. Okay. We're going to take a 3-minute break, and we'll be back in 3 minutes, 3-minute recess. All right, welcome back. Thank you so much for allowing us a moment. We are on our agenda item. We are on public hearing, but we do not have a public hearing this evening. So we are going to move into N, information discussion items. We have a presentation of Washington Unified School District School Control Accountability Plan, or LCAP. And this is our mid-year update on the California dashboard. Welcome up our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Autry Street. With your fan club present.
Boo.
I love picking on Autry.
She's my neighbor at work, so I can pick on her.
Some walk-up songs maybe for the future.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent Hildreth, Cabinet, staff, and community. Thank you for being here. This evening, I'm joined by Director Stephanie Grote, who supports us in all things compliance and accountability. And together tonight, we will give you an update on our status on the California dashboard and end with an LCAP update as well. And then our next presentation will focus solely on Middle College. All right, so again, the purpose is to share how we did, what our current status is for the 2024 California School Board, California School Dashboard metrics, and then give you some next steps and what we're thinking in terms of responding to the data. So like all other things that we do, this is rooted in our strategic plan, our commitment to our 4 equity principles, our goals for all of our students to be successful academically and social, emotional, learning-wise, and then, of course, our 4 pillars, in particular, Pillar A and Pillar C. Pillar A being equity-focused, teaching and learning. Pillar C, our learning and growth, opportunities for all staff. And one other is our equity policy. This is also connected to our equity policy, where we've made the commitment to make sure when we share data, we have students, student groups represented, and, you know, talking about how are we responding to any disproportionalities that are reflected in the data. Okay, so we're going to start with the dashboard. And I just want to remind everybody that the way the California dashboard works is we are looking at 2 years, 2 school years worth of data. So we're comparing the most recent data, which was captured last spring, so last school year, compared to the school year before that. So 22-23 compared to 23-24. Okay? Go back, Mario, I'm sorry. So I want to explain the colors that you will see throughout the rest of the presentation. So starting with red at the bottom, that's the lowest performance for any of the indicators that we discuss, and then all the way up to blue, blue being the highest level of performance, okay?
So why is the dashboard important? And this was released back several months ago, but we're bringing it to you. The sites have shared this information as well. But the dashboard really is an opportunity for us to tell our story and to look at data. It looks at where we are with our test scores as well as change over time. It also allows us to look at common standards and expectations for schools across California. So we can look and see how did we do compared to other schools, and we'll talk about that district. We'll talk about that a little bit later. It also focuses on the 8 state priorities, as well as informs us for our annual budget and our strategic planning process, specifically how it relates to our LCAP, our Local Control Accountability Plan. And so we'll talk about what that looks like with those. The dashboard includes the 6 state measures. For those of you who are counting, science is new. That is 7th, so that's why that's a little bit off. But because we don't have science for 2 years, we don't have a color rating yet. And so it looks at our 6 state measures as well as our 5 local indicators. Our local indicators are self-reported, and we bring that to you for information in the spring based upon what we gather from our staff, from our data that is inputted in a variety of ways. With the dashboard, there are 15 different groups of students that are monitored. And that's truly because we do look at every student and every subgroup of students. One of the things that is very interesting to note is that within our district, all 14 of the possible groups are represented within our district. And that is not true of all districts. Of the 1,000 school districts, only 105 throughout California have all 14 student groups represented. And there has to be a significant number of each group to be represented.
Really quick, did you say there was a total of 15 or 14? Okay, I thought I.
But
Okay.
it was 14.
Okay, just making sure.
I'm sorry. 15.
I'm sorry.
You will see a color for those groups when there are 15 or more students in that. But all
Correct.
the other
Sorry.
groups listed there, the N size has to be 30 students or more in order to get. So
Gotcha.
that's probably where the
It is.
15 came from.
Okay.
So what's new when we look at the dashboard for this year? We have the science test is new. You will not see a color for the dashboard science because we only have 1 year of data, so we don't have growth over time. We also have on the dashboard to help people find different plans, our LCAP is now linked to the dashboard. We have the inclusion of a new subgroup of students, our long-term English learners. So they're part of a group with our ELPI, which is our English Language Proficiency Indicator, as well as there's updated criteria for differentiated assistance. And then our 5x5 charts, they are continuing, and now our college indicator is included in that 5x5 data chart because we now have 2 years of data. So this is what is different with our new dashboard.
2 more points on this slide. The California Science Test is not new to our students, but it is a new indicator on the dashboard. So it's one more measure that as school districts, we will be held accountable to, showing student growth and improvement beginning. This year is our baseline, and then next year, they're gonna say, I'm sorry, not this year is not our baseline. Last spring's science data is our baseline, and then once they take the science test in spring of this school year, then we'll have 2 years and we'll get a rating next December.
But we will be given the baseline so we know, at least know where that's.
Yes,
Okay.
in tonight's presentation. And then a long-term English learner is a student who has been in a U.S. school for at least 6 years, but has not yet been reclassified as English language proficient. So I wanted to make sure everybody is clear on that. Okay, this one is always a little bit complicated to explain, and this is one way. This will help you understand how ratings, how colors are assigned for each indicator, okay? However, that formula is different for every indicator. So how we get a color for English language arts is different than how we get a color for suspensions. So the examples that I'm gonna use are based on ELA, just so that you understand how this chart works and how we receive a rating, a color. So we have 2 schools, just for example's sake, purple school and pink school. So if you look at the purple school, you see that on the right for status, that tells you where they were. Remember, it's 2 years worth of data being compared. So on that first year of data, the purple school, they were high. They were considered high. And in the second year, they went down, they declined, and so they still stayed green because they started off so high. So if their decline is within a certain range, then you stay within that same color. So I know that's confusing. And so what you'll see in our own data is there's places where the numbers changed. The numbers may have gone up, but the colors stay the same. We were the same color this year that we were last year because we were within the range that would put us at where the color wouldn't change. It wasn't, the variation wasn't wide enough to put us into a different color, either a higher color or a lower color. Any questions on that before we go forward?
So it's like a point scale.
It is. Each of these cells really is based on a range. So using staying with the example of English language arts, for the purple school, if they were high, that means that, this is going to be so confusing, but bear with me. That means that in English language arts, their overall average distance from standard, which I'll go into later, distance from standard was between plus 10 points to plus 44 points above standard. So that means that their average student score, kids are doing pretty well. They're achieving at a level that's above the standard. And then their second year of data, they declined between, or state this, no, they declined between 3 and 15 points. So that's how they landed in that declined column, but still with the same color. So that's just for ELA. And then for the medium school, the pink school, they started at medium, but they increased by a certain percentage points, and that's how they ended up in green. So that's kind of how the colors work. It's just letting you know, how did you do in the current year based on, compared to the previous year. And remember, we're always a school year behind when we present this data to you. The data that we're talking about was captured last spring, spring of 2024.
So just for...
And kids who were with us spring of 2024.
So just for sake of conversation,
yes.
You could actually, we could have low scores, but because they've made progress, you'd be green. Or yellow, but they're, again.
Depending on how much you improved.
Yes.
Yes.
They make it so clear.
Yes, I know.
It's so clear for us to understand what's going on.
It depends on how much you would have to have increased significantly is how they term it. Mm-hmm.
They keep on adding.
Yes. So, and then you'll see we don't have a color for science because once we get to that, because we only have last year's baseline data, because that's a new indicator for the dashboard. In that column, the first column says very, very, but that's a typo. It should say very low. Red means very low. Very low. Yes.
So it's almost like you can't really go up a color. You really can't go up more than a color each year.
You can if you have if your increase falls within 2 colors down.
No, like if you are very, very or very low, and you are at like that's your baseline. Let's just say
yes,
and you increase significantly.
Yes,
based off of this.
You can only go to orange.
Up to orange,
yes,
right?
exactly.
So you really can only go up one color, looks like.
Yes, that's true. Yes.
If you start out. If you start out low. I'm not saying we are low. I'm just saying like, just to kind of, it's really hard for, I mean, I would imagine if a teacher was like, okay, my goal is to get my kids to blue, but they're at orange. Like, let's just keep it real. You're really not going to be able to get to blue because
you're at the
on the lows to start.
And then remember, these are not colors assigned to students.
Correct.
It's colors assigned to student groups. districts and schools, yes. But we wouldn't say that kid was red, that kid was
No,
orange.
no, no.
We would say that
If I
group
said that, my apologies. I
performed
just
at that
meant
level.
like the class
Yes.
demographic
Yes.
piece.
So is it like a Candyland map? You go left to right and you start back up? No, we don't know. We can't go diagonal. Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions on the 5x5 or how colors are assigned to indicators?
You'll
Okay.
tell us whether or not we're doing well.
Okay. And then, just to make things even more confusing, so that was the academic, an example from an academic indicator. So this is where you can see that you could move more than one color. This is chronic absenteeism. Remember, that's one of the measures that they use, that they look at to see how are schools and districts doing. Okay, so the same thing in a district or a school started at the low performance level, they increased in that range that gave them a yellow, that's the performance level they were assigned. And then you have another school example where they started at medium, but then they, their chronic absenteeism rate declined. And so now they have green, because remember, with chronic absenteeism, it's the opposite. We don't want to go up, we want to go down in terms of, or we want to see smaller numbers, not higher numbers. Yes. We want fewer kids to miss so much school, miss 10% of the school year. Any questions on this piece? Okay. Next slide, please. So this slide shows our current colors for each of the indicators. So you can see that if anyone from the public were to go on the California Dashboard website, it's an open public website, this is what they would see based on the last 2 years of our data. So for English language arts, orange, math, orange, science, remember no color, our English learner progress, orange, our graduation rate, green, our college and career readiness indicator, green, our chronic absenteeism indicator, yellow, and our suspension rate, green. And the call out in this kind of the speech bubble, this shows growth just even in this one slide. Last year we didn't have any green. We weren't green on any of the indicators. And this year we have 3 green. But we'll dig a little bit deeper into the indicators as we progress in the presentation. Next slide, please. Mario. Okay. So the first academic indicator represented on this slide is how did our kids do on the CASP test in English language arts. And remember, that's the assessment that all of our 3rd through 8th graders and our 11th graders take every spring. And so this slide shows you that it says decreased by 0.4 points. We did decrease by that percentage, but our status is maintained on the dashboard. Okay, so we did not change colors there. And you can see that we have 3 student groups in red. Our English learners, which 939 of them are represented here, declined by 1.3 percentage points. Average percentage points from standard met. And then our long-term English learners, which is a new student group this year, 116 students represented there. And let me put on my glasses. I believe they declined by, I think that's 14.5 points in terms of distance from standard. And then our students with disability, that's 530 students represented there. and they declined 1.9 percentage points. And then most of our student groups are in orange, and every student group you see listed there all increased from the previous year. Okay, and our highest gain was in our foster youth, who 24 students represented, and they went up by 66.7 points in terms of distance from standard. 66.7, yes. And our homeless students was had the second highest rate of increase. That was 65 students represented, and they went up by 21.4 percentage points. And then moving on to yellow, we have one student group there, and that's 940 students represented, and they declined by 3.4 points. And then for green, both of those groups also improved. For Filipino, that's 67 students. 2 or more races, 247 students. Our Filipino student group went up 11.4 points, and then our 2 or more races went up 6.2 points. 6.2 points. And this year we don't have any students in the highest level of performance, which is blue. Any questions on the ELA indicator?
Also, when it says blue, it says no groups, that means we don't have any. It doesn't mean that there's a group that is a no group.
Say that one more time for me.
I just wanted to make, there's, oh yeah, that's what I want. I was like, it's not-
We don't have any student groups
Okay, that's what I wanted.
scoring at that.
I
at
wasn't
that
sure if they were
performance
like,
level.
we are refusing to identify as a group, and that is
like
why.
an other?
Yeah,
No.
that's, sorry,
Mm-mm.
thank you.
Any other?
Yes.
I have one question, if no one else has a question. Just specifically on this slide, we see our English learners in red. And on the dashboard, we see our EL progress as green. And so can you explain that discrepancy and what that means?
Yes, I'm just wondering if we should wait until we
wait.
get to
Sure, we can wait on that.
indicator.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, because you go into it again more
Yes,
depth.
because
Okay,
remember
yes.
the English language, the ELFI,
Yeah.
English language proficiency is its own indicator. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry,
Yes.
I saw
That's
the
okay.
initial one and
They were the ones that were
but I know you're
6
going to do a
years-
deep dive.
They were the ones that you said were 6 years within our school, but yet have not been identified as English proficient.
That's one of the 2 student groups that are represented on that indicator.
Okay.
Yes. One more point on this slide. I want you to notice where we are in relation to the state. So the state's overall performance in English language arts is 13.2 points below distance from standard, and we are 29.1 points below standard. So we're below state performance on this indicator because we want to be closer and beyond distance from the standard. And we're further away from, so the state is not at the standard either, but we're further away from it than the state is. And then next is mathematics. And here, you see we have more student groups in red. And all of those student groups that are in the red all declined and from varying, to a varying degree of severity. So our African American students, remember these are 3rd through 8th graders and 11th graders. 154 students are represented in that African American student group. And the decline there was 7.7. For our English learners, we have 962 students represented there, and their decline was 0.4 points. Our long-term English learners, 116 kids are represented there, and their decline was 16.8. Pacific Islanders, 47 students represented, decline is 6.2. Our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, I don't have that in my notes. I apologize for that. And then students with disabilities, 530 students, and they declined by 0.9 points. Moving on to Orange, we have our Asian students, 495 students there, declined by 0.3 points. Our foster youth, again, 24 students, increased 42.4 points. Our Hispanic student group, 1,684 students represented in that group, increased 3.4 points. Our homeless youth, 77 students represented there, they increased 19.1 points. And then we'll go to yellow, 2 or more races, 246 kids, they increased by 10 points. White students, 943 students, 4.2 points of an increase. In green, we have 1 student group, 67 students, increased 3.6 points. Any questions on math? And then you can see now where we compare when we look at the state's average. Okay. And then Stephanie will go in.
And I know we're giving you a lot of numbers, and please know that the California dashboard is very interactive, and so there is the link on the agenda item, and we do encourage people to play with it, look at the information there from the district and school sites. It is, the more you click on things, the more information you'll be able to see. So, and so in looking at science, again, there is the no color because we do not have change over time. Within California, the average was 13.5 below. We were 16.2 points below. We did increase, but because it wasn't that indicator, that's why we don't have the color this year. When we look at our subgroups of students, you can see that all of our student groups had average scores that were below the state standard from, and we've listed them, they're listed from highest performing to lowest performing on the left, with the Filipino subgroup at 4.8 below, white at 9.1, 2 or more races, 13.1, Asian 14.8, Pacific Islander 20.9, Hispanic 21.1, socioeconomically disadvantaged 21.5, African American 23.1, English learners 27.6, students with disabilities 33.3, homeless youth at 38.5, and then all long-term English learners at 30 or 37.
Assessment, only our 5th graders, our 8th graders. Just those are assessed. That'll
So our next indicator is what we call our LP, our English Learner Progress Indicator, but I do want to address the question that our president
Can
brought
I make
up.
my correction real quick?
Yes.
I had said green because your slides are beautiful and they're very much aligned, but our printout, it just slipped
Oh, is it
down. And
slipped?
so I just wanted to correct my misspeak. So when I said green, it's because on one of ours, it looked like that, but I
That's
see now
okay.
it's actually orange.
I can still talk a little bit about that because it does come up, and as we look at our English learners and our long-term English learners, once they are proficient in the academics, we look at reclassification, and then they are no longer English learners. So as they become proficient, their category of English learners is no longer, that's not their subgroup of students. And so if we were to have our English learners in blue, we would not be reclassifying them at the rate or what the requirements. Did I do a good job, Ms. Tran? Thank you. Okay. So when we look at our English Learner Progress Indicator, we do only have the 2 subgroups of students, our English learners, which include the long-term English learners, but then long-term English learners are also then taken out. So this is truly based upon the proficiency and relies on the results of an assessment that our students take, our summative English language proficiency assessments that we are currently giving. So this does look at their proficiency on those tests. Our department works very hard to ensure that the tests are given, and we are monitoring the progress of the students.
We increased 3.4% here, which means that we graduated more students compared to the previous school year. So the class of 2024, there were more students than class of 2023. And then it also compares us to the state. So you see we perform higher than the state here. The state's graduation rate is 86.7, ours is 92.9. We have one student group in red, but remember I was saying you can improve but still have the same color. This is a perfect example. 71 students are represented in that student group, but their graduation rate increased 7.8%. So we made significant progress. And then no student groups in orange, no student groups in yellow, and then in green are English learners, that's 100 students, that's an increase of 9.7%. Hispanic, 322 kids, that's 4.5% increase. Our homeless students, 53 students represented in that student group, that's an 8.4% increase. Long-term English learners, 52 students, 12.7% increase in their graduation rate. Our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, 470 students, that's a 3.7% increase. And then our white students, 190 students represented there, and that's a 4.2% increase. So in green, all of those student groups made significant progress in terms of graduating. And then in blue, we have one student group, our Asian students, 72 students represented in that student group, and they had an increase of 7.1 as well. Any questions on the graduation indicator?
I do have a couple questions. Why aren't we seeing all the groups here? Is that just because they're not represented in the graduating class?
Yes, so this is just for graduation, and it means that they don't get a color if there's 30 or fewer students in that student group.
Okay. And then with the graduation rate that increased 3%, you mentioned it's because more students graduated, but is it taking the percentage of that class size and not just numbers to numbers?
Yes, it's
okay.
The number of kids that started together. So it's a cohort of kids. It is comparing apples to apples, but it's comparing the number of kids who started in 9th grade, finished, graduated in 12th grade.
Okay.
So it's a cohort of kids that are being compared to the previous year's cohort of kids.
Okay. Thank you.
That then made me have a question, so
Okay.
thank you. So if a student disenrolls because they move or for whatever reason and they re-enroll in another school and then they graduate there, does that impact our number?
Does that impact our numbers?
Our percentage, if somebody disenrolls from the district versus does not graduate, like drops out of school? And if you don't have the answer at this moment, that's fine, you can.
Do you remember? Do you have that one?
I do have that one.
Okay.
You want to read it?
I can read it. So what's interesting about the dashboard, and it is a lot of information, but they have created these parent letters that actually say what the math formula is. So we've done the dashboard for several years. I still refer back to these every single time. So yes, I would like it because I don't know it from memory.
You don't have to answer it in this moment. It's fine. You can follow up with us.
Okay,
Or I'll
so
look
they
on that
do
too.
have these.
Great.
And they are shared in multiple languages as well for people who are like, wait, what is that? And that means all of us, because like I said, I go back to these every time I have to do the math.
Thank you. And are those on the dashboard site? I'm trying to think, where would they be? Is there like a resource
They're
tab on the
under
top?
Resources
Okay.
tab, and then it's under the Communication tool.
Okay.
And then you can select the languages that you would like them in. And this has all been shared at our, at our DLAT.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. And then in our graduation rate, one other comment I wanted to make about that, this is only our students who receive a regular high school diploma, so not adult ed or like an alternative certificate. Some of our students with disabilities make the regular high school diploma.
Thank
you. Yeah. All right, the next section, it's one of the other indicators. This is our college and career readiness indicator. So let me explain how this one works. So we just looked at our graduation rate and we saw that increased. So now this indicator looks at, of those kids who graduated and got their diploma, how many of them graduated what the state considers prepared for college, and then how many of them graduated what the state calls prepared for college. I'm going to explain how those students get that designation. Oh, sorry. I keep stepping away from the mic. So we'll start with Prepare for College, which is on the left, and then Prepare for Career, which is on the right. So in order for a student to be considered prepared for college, you see 6 options. So they have to meet one of these in order to fall into the college ready category, okay? And the first one is CASP. So how did they do on ELA, which we just talked about? How did they do in English language arts and math on that assessment for CASP? They had to score at least a 3 or higher in ELA and math. So both tested areas in order to be considered prepared for college by the state. So if they did that, then they're in that group. Or they had to have scored a 3 or higher on at least 2 AP exams, so advanced placement courses on the exams. Or number 3, the third option is scoring a 4 or higher on an IB exam, but we don't have an IB program yet in our district. So none of our kids would meet the Prepare for College category using number 3, okay? And then number 4, college credit. So maybe I'm a student who took at least 2 semesters of a college classes while I was in high school, and I earned a C- or better in those courses, then that I could meet it that way as well. For our students who are bilingual, if they earn the state seal of biliteracy and score a 3 or higher on the ELA portion of CASP, they can earn this designation that way as well, okay? And then the last one is if they met all the A to G requirements and then did 1 or more of those bullets underneath. So they got that 3 in ELA on CASP, and then at least a 2 in math, or the other way around, they can get a 3 on math and a 2 in ELA and still meet the requirement under number 6, or took 1 semester of college classes and earned a C- or higher, or got a 3 or higher on an AP or IB exam, or they completed a CTE path. Okay, so that's the Prepare for College category. And then Prepare for Career on the right, they get that designation by one of the 5 listed. The first one being they completed 2 years of like a military leadership academy, plus a 3 and a 2 on CASP. Or number 2, they complete a CTE pathway and they got that 3 or 2 on CASP, or one semester of college courses outside of their CTE path, or they are part of a registered pre-apprenticeship that usually deals with the trades, or 4, they participated in some kind of state or federal job program like a ROCP, California Conservation Corps, Youth Build. Those are just some examples. And then 5, the 5th way is to complete at least 100 hours of work experience. And that's something that's usually for our students who might have an IEP. Go ahead.
So prepared for college, I'm
Mhm.
going to look at number 6.
Yes.
So university or UC or CSU A through G requirements plus these are ORs, right? So they
Yes.
have this CAASP or college or
Yes.
AP. Okay.
Yes.
Then I'm looking at prepared for career. It's a CTE pathway plus the CASP and CTE.
No, that's OR 2.
Okay, I was just
Yes.
curious
No,
because I
that's
see
OR.
bullets there, so I thought that was
Yes.
like all ORs, and then I see
It's
A and
OR.
B. Okay,
Yes.
just for my brain.
Mm-hmm.
That was it.
And so the next slide will show how we did on our college and career readiness indicator. And so here you see we're green. We increased from the 22-23 school year by 3%, and we're just behind the state's average. We have 2 student groups who are in the red performance level, and then we have the majority of our student groups in the orange, and then 1 student group in yellow, and then 1 student group in blue. Any questions on this indicator?
So we're green overall because we increased? Is
Yes.
question mark? Okay.
We increased enough to change colors.
Okay.
Yes.
Even
Mhm.
though none of our student groups are in green? That,
Yes,
The
that's-
top indicator is
that's
just our progression from
Yes,
year to year. Okay.
that's- So
Have mine
last
blue,
year,
too.
when we presented the dashboard
Oh.
to the board, we didn't have a color on this indicator, just like we don't for science, because that was the baseline year. But we were at medium, and medium is equivalent to yellow. So we went from yellow to green on this indicator.
And I missed blue. Now that.
Yes. And the way the dashboard works, and you'll see this in subsequent slides, is to get a numeric average, they've assigned points to numbers to each of the performance levels. So red is 1, orange is 2, yellow is 3, green is 4, 5 is blue. And when you average, then you can see overall how student groups or how districts or how schools are, if you wanted to give them like a 1 score, even though it's multiple indicators. And you'll see that in the next few slides. And then Stephanie's going to go into chronic absenteeism.
So now that we all understand increasing is good, we're going to switch over to chronic absenteeism, where we actually want to see a decline. Next slide, Mario. So chronic absenteeism is measured only in TK through 8th grade and is based on the number of students who were considered chronically absent, which means 10% or more of the school year they were not in school, regardless of the reason. This indicator is not reported for our high schools. However, you can find that data on various other websites, and our Student Services Department and our school sites work diligently to monitor students' attendance on a daily basis to ensure that we have our students in school. One of the other interesting things about chronic absenteeism is that students must be enrolled for at least 31 instructional days to be counted as part of this group. So students that are not here for, or who are enrolled for less than 31 days are not part of this indicator. So you can see we had 20.6% of our students across the district who were chronically absent, which is a decline of 5.1. And remember, a decline is good in this slide, so say that. When we look at our subgroups, we do continue to look at the students who are chronically absent more and are putting in supports to ensure that they are here through calling, making sure that they feel valued at school, and looking at those reasons.
Couple more. This one. The dashboard gives us 4 years of data on chronic absenteeism, 2019. In 2019, because that was, remember, pre-COVID, WUSD had a chronic absenteeism rate of 10.5%. So that's where we're trying to get back to. And then the next time that data was captured was the 22-23 school year. And I'm sorry, the 21-22? Yeah, 21-22 school year, it was 33.9. I'm sorry, I'm getting the years mixed up. 33.9 in 22-23, and then in 23. See, I'm off on my numbers. What I'm trying to say is that we are on the right track with decreasing our rate of chronic absenteeism. And for 4 years, remember 2019, 10.5, and then the next time it was captured, 33.9. I think that was during COVID, and then 25.8, and now 20.6. So I just wanted to kind of give you a little bit of a, yeah, so just, but we're trying to go, yeah, we're trying to get to that 10.5, yes. And like Stephanie mentioned, our TK through 8th graders are represented here, okay? On the other ones, it was like 3rd through 8th and 11th, but this is TK. And then next we'll go into suspension rate. And so here again, decline is good, right? Because we want fewer kids suspended. We want to make sure that that's not our first consequence that we are giving our students when there's been some kind of infraction, you know, or they're breaking rules or harming. We just want to be really mindful of when we are suspending our kids. And so we've made progress here. We have no students represented in the lowest level of performance. We have 3 student groups represented in orange, and even though they're orange, we declined in all of those three student groups. So fewer students in those student groups were suspended last school year compared to the school year before that. And then for yellow, we have 6 student groups there, and again, our 2 groups that saw the most significant decline were our African American student groups and our African American student groups and our students with disabilities. We still have a long way to go in this area. And then we have 4 student groups in green and then 1 student group in blue. And then the way this works for the dashboard is if I'm an 8th grader, if I'm any student and I'm suspended, let's say for 2 days, that still counts as 1 suspension. Let's say same student is suspended again for 3 days. I'm still considered 1 suspension. The way we track our data internally is not that way. We track every single suspension, but the way the state, their formula, it's just 1 suspension. One suspension, a suspension is just 1 time. Even if you were suspended more than 1, that still counts as 1 suspension.
Because it was 1 action, so it's like this is the one time, the 1 action that we've done it, regardless of the length of time that the suspension is.
The number of days is not factored, and the number of times the same student is suspended is not factored into it's not represented here. It's just, even if the same student is suspended more than once, they only show up In
One
this
time.
data, one time.
Got you. Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
This is only for the 2-year period, right?
Yes.
Okay, and over the 2-year period, the criteria for which one would be suspended has been consistent?
Yes.
Okay.
That hasn't changed. It's always been, even multiple suspensions count one. Was that your question?
Unified.
Oh, yes, that, the reasons why you can suspend, the reasons that hasn't changed. The ed code hasn't changed. That's not completely true because I think last year the state changed where you could, usually we would, before last year, districts or schools would suspend for willful defiance. And that did change last year where that was not an automatic suspendable offense, where you wouldn't just automatically suspend somebody. And some districts stopped doing that years ago, but across the state, that's longer.
I was just curious if that could have contributed to the decline.
It's possible, but we've put in quite a few alternative to suspension resources at our K-8s as well as the secondary schools.
Okay.
So again, being really mindful that that's not our first, the first thing we're doing when we're trying to teach kids to correct their behavior.
Thank you.
And then you can see where we compare to the, so we're above the state, which is not good here. Want to be below. Next slide, please. And then, so here you get to see what our average rating is compared to the state's average rating and compared to the county, Yolo County's average rating. So remember, they've taken the colors and given the colors a number. They've taken all of the indicators, figured out which color we were for each indicator and what's the corresponding number, and then averaged. And our average is 3.0. So we're right in the middle. That's higher than the state, and that's right in line with where the county is. Next. And then.
So now we want to look at how did we do compared to similar schools? So what we did was looked at schools that are similar in size. I'm sorry, district. I don't know why I say. I want to say LEAs, but that's I knew that was an acronym. Our district. So we look at school districts that are within 5,000 to 10,000 students, and then also have an unduplicated rate, which is our English learners, free and reduced lunch, and foster youth. That is what is considered our unduplicated students. That is between 50 and 80%. So we're really looking at like school district. So within English language arts, when we looked at those 19 similar districts, we ranked 6th. So when they lined them up from highest performing to lowest performing. In math, we ranked 9th. In science, it's that no color, so we don't have a ranking. In our English learner progress indicator, we were 10th. In our graduation rate, we were 5th. In our college and career, we were 1st of the 19 similar districts. In our chronic absenteeism, we were 2nd. And in suspension rate, we were 2nd. So when we truly look at what are those actions that we have put into our LCAP and our strategic plans, we are making progress and really continuing to monitor what we're doing to support our students.
So the list of who those 19. And so this slide shows you where all of our 14 student groups, what their average scores are once you give how they performed on indicator, that number. So you see green is that highest performance level for our student groups. Blue is the highest for our students is green right now. And then you can see the student groups that are in that That, it looks like red from here, but that's orange. None of our student groups have an average rate. That's orange, yellow, and green.
Like, it looks orange.
So that's low, medium, high. We don't have any groups on the extreme, in the very high or the very low, nor the. Next slide.
I'm going to talk about differentiated assistance, which is really for the performance of, when we look at our indicator, some of our student groups did not make the progress that we would expect them to do compared to our other subgroups of students. And so when we look at our students with disabilities, both in ELA math and math achievement, as well as the graduation rates and the college and career rate indicators, they were in that red area. So back a while ago, when we were talking about what was new, there was new criteria for differentiated assistance, which means that we work closely with the Yolo County Office of Education so that they can provide support to us and other districts that are in similar spots to really help support us in moving the progress of those student groups forward. Some of the things that we do as a district is truly looking at that continued professional development for our special education staff and general education staff, knowing that that begins with our Tier 1 instruction. We have a special education teacher on special assignment, which is part of our LCAP and one of the actions. We just now have a additional behaviorist for in-class support. We look at tiered support for co-teach as well as curriculum to support our students, as well as we talked a little bit about those alternatives to suspension. Within our LCAP, it does state some of the activities that YCOE, the Yolo County Office of Education, provides, and that comes also in the form of professional development as well. So I know there are several of us that are going to a training to support our students with disabilities coming up in a couple weeks.
Differentiated assistance. So when a school district receives that designation, it does not come with additional resources from the state. Fiscal resources. Just like Stephanie mentioned, the county receives additional resources to provide us with additional support, but we don't receive any direct fiscal resources.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So for clarity, it is again, it's the system of support, but what you're indicating, for example, graduation rates, we're doing well overall in graduation, but this is strategies for supports around students with disabilities. I just want to clarify. Is that what? So yeah, because I'm like, wait, you said we're doing really great in graduation, but
so
somehow we're eligible for support.
We work collaboratively with the county to determine what areas we need that additional support in, based on what the dashboard is telling us, based on what the data is telling us. It's not specific to students with disabilities, unless we tell them that's where we want the additional support. And we do work with them for support in that area, yes.
So it's
that's
self-directed.
Not the only, yes,
Okay.
It's collaborative.
Thank you.
I have a question on there, and this maybe is not for like our public meeting, but maybe you can share with us later.
Okay.
In terms of the ELA math achievement, students with disabilities, do we have, are we noticing that there might be trends at certain school sites, or is this at every school site? And so that would be helpful in terms of, so we know where maybe to divert resources if we need, some schools maybe need some support more than others. And then with that would be, I know we have some co-teaching models. Is the data showing us that that's?
Can definitely follow up with those answers.
Thank you.
So I'm going to shift a little and talk about the document that's attached, which is our mid-year update. And so our mid-year update, our LCAP mid-year update is a document that truly looks at every single metric. This is part of the LCAP. The information was just dumped into the document. And the dashboard metrics that we discussed make up many of the metrics, but there are some additional ones that are in the LCAP that is based upon input from various partners, educational partners. The LCAP was adopted last June by the school board and will be brought back again this coming June once we've received additional input as well. So within the document that's attached, we have updated all of the mid-year outcome data as well as the metrics that have been identified to ensure that we have the correct information. So for example, on the slide, I am only giving 2 examples. There are many more in the document that are attached. At the top one, you can see this is chronic absenteeism. This is directly from Goal 4, which is the elimination of disproportionalities. And this highlights what the mid-year outcome data looks like for those metrics. You will notice that those match exactly our dashboard because we have that information. So this has now been updated. The bottom example is from Goal 5, and it's looking at our readiness for college, career, and life. And this mid-year outcome data states that the data is not readily available. What that means is we haven't given those tests yet, so we don't have the data. So it's not negative that it's not readily available. It's mid-year, and we haven't given it yet.
That's the AP exams that come in like May.
Yes. Next slide.
We have a
Quick question.
Oh,
Sorry,
yes,
just trying
of
to
course.
understand the chart. Is it showing us on here somewhere what our desired outcome is for this school year?
Great question. So when we look at the LCAP and how it's written, because it's a 3-year plan, the metrics, so the section that says metric is identified what we're measuring. The baseline was the baseline information that we had at the end of last year, so spring of 2024. And then the desired outcome, I'm not sure why it says 23-24, because it should be for 3 till 27. So
Okay.
it's a 3-year plan.
Okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
So thank you. That is a great question. And that will be, it looks like the same for the other one below too. It is. Thank you. Okay. So the other part, not only are there metrics, but there's also actions. So what are the actions that we're using to make sure that we're meeting what we're measuring? And so again, this slide is just an example of 2, but within all of the actions and the measuring and reporting results section of the report, we've updated the implementation level. Each action received either a not implementing, planned, partially implemented, or fully implemented. I want to remind everyone that this is a mid-year. So if it says planned or partially planned, that doesn't mean that we're not moving forward with it. It's just not a completed action at this time. So for example, on the top section, we are looking at goal 1.04, which is our bilingual stipends. It's partially implemented because we haven't finished the school year and the paying of those. You'll also see that the mid-year expenditures have been updated. So this is in transparency of what has been spent. We've worked directly with our fiscal department to make sure that these numbers do match and are accurate. Our second example is from Goal 2. It's Goal 2, Action 1, and it's professional development. This is the PD to support specifically this goal. It is partially implemented. You can see the total budgeted funds, and then you can see the mid-year expenditures. The reason why we're talking about this one in particular is that we actually split up our professional development this year into the goals so that we can more accurately monitor where we are focusing our professional development. When we looked at mid-year, that was the number. I can say it's higher at this point as we've continued to focus on our professional development.
So it is higher than 15?
So when this report was done mid-year in December, it is a
Oh,
little
okay.
higher right now because
Got you.
we've spent some money.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah. Next slide. So as we continue, again, this is our mid-year update. When we look at our LCAP, we will continue with our LCAP committee. We'll have engagement meetings, inviting all of our educational partners. We will have several meetings throughout. And then the LCAP will be brought back to the school board in a public hearing in June with the budget, and then again for adoption.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment?
Okay, then I'll open up to board comments, and Student Board Member Jimenez, do you have any comments or questions? Okay, the next one will be Washington Middle College, and we already have had a very in-depth overview, so I think we'll be a little quicker on some of the slides too, so. Okay. Any others? I know we asked questions, we went. Any other questions or thoughts? Okay, then I think we're good, and we're ready to move on to information discussion item number 2, which is presentation of the Washington Middle College High School Local Control Accountability Plan mid-year updates and the California dashboard.
And so the intro slides, I will just kind of, we'll go, it's the same as in the previous presentation, so we won't go into those. I'm sorry. So let's go
Just for the
to
record.
the one that says demographics of the dashboard, please, Mario.
You want me to bring up the data?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. And so the numbers in front of you represent the student population at Middle College that were used, the student demographics that were used for their 2024 dashboard rates, okay? So their total enrollment, 149 students, socioeconomically disadvantaged, 72.5% of those 149 students, and 4.7% of that 149 are considered English learners, and 0.7% are considered foster youth. Next slide, please. And so I think we've already gone through this. We understand how the colors work. Next slide. We know the reason and purpose for the dashboard. We'll keep going. We know the state measures and the local indicators. We understand the student groups that are represented in our district. You want to, oh yes, please, I'm sorry. So back up one. Thank you.
Just in regard to why Washington Middle College has an LCAP, it is because it is a charter. So even though we look at all 14 of the subgroups are within our district in WUSD, when you start seeing the slides, Washington Middle College, because of the size, does not have all of the groups represented.
Except for homeless and foster, yes. And like Stephanie said, their LCAP, so their plan is separate from ours, even though they're in our district, because they are a dependent charter. And their budget is separate, yes. Next slide, please. We don't need this one either because we already talked about that. We talked about the 5x5 charts. We'll stop here. Yeah, right. So they only have a color in one of the indicators because of the number of students, right? For suspensions, it's all of their students. But remember, for everything else, it's just their 11th graders. So for the academic indicators, we're only talking about their 11th graders. And it means that it's fewer than 30 students who took those assessments, so they don't have a color. But we still have some data to share with, get a sense of where they are. And you can see a 2-year comparison on the suspension rate and on English language arts and math. So for 2023, they had green for those because they had enough kids they have more than 30 kids and represented in those two indicators. Next slide. So here you can see where numerically how they did. So 97.3 points above standard, and they increased 43.1 points from the previous year. So, and then in math, 24.9 points above standard, and that was an increase of 82.8 points. So again, we're talking about their 11th graders.
Yeah, and well above what Washington Unified.
Well
as a
above the
whole.
district, well above the state.
Well above the state. That's really hard to communicate that to families, though, without the extra color. You know, it's.
It is.
It's helpful, though, to understand. Thank you.
Next slide, please, Mario. One more, next slide. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, go back. Yeah, here we go. So fewer than 11 students, and so to protect privacy, they don't display it. And then for the college and career, again, no color. 69.7% of their students were considered college or career ready and prepared and ready. And then they declined just 0.3% there, but that's still considered maintained.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yes.
Are they the same metrics that you shared earlier, which was the AP classes
Yes.
and all that? And so
Yes.
they do not have any AP classes, correct?
They don't. Mm-mm.
So and they don't have some of these others as well. So there's fewer opportunities for them.
Yes, but remember they're dually
demonstrate.
enrolled at the city college.
Okay.
And so most of them qualify using that indicator.
Perfect.
Is completing 2 or more semesters of college course level, earning a C- or better.
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go back and brag to everybody.
With science, they did have an increase of 11.9 points. And again, it's at 7.8 points above standard. But because of the size, no color.
Stay. Next slide, please, Mario. So this just gives you more detail about their performance. You can see, and it also shows you how they did compared to us, the district, and compared to the state for ELA and for math. So that's what this slide tells you. I can go into it, but it would just be me reading the numbers to you. Okay. And then graduation rate.
Yeah, so for graduation rate, although you see no colors indicated, we did want to note that 100% of the students did actually graduate. So we did want to note.
They get an extra bump when they graduate with an AA. I feel like they should on here.
Wait, so why? There's 33 students who graduated. It's because we had a smaller number last year?
Yeah. And look at that.
Well, it's number of students, 33, but remember, the colors are, or not colors, but the groups are based off of the numbers
And it
within
could have been
that.
the year.
Yeah, that's not the prior year.
It could have been the prior year because that would make it so they would not receive a color if there were not 30 students the year
So
before.
this is like,
as
would be
well.
blue, 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 blue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Should be. I mean, we should just make
But we're
them all
gonna-
We
blue.
just don't have the
Or not blue,
subgroup
but they
data.
should all just
because there's not.
We'll still dig into that 33 and share that with you. Next slide, please. We've already gone into that. And then
Don't need to dig into it. They all graduated. So, I mean,
We were there.
and then the suspension rate data is next. Mario, next slide. So 0%, no suspensions for 3 years in a row.
That deserves color.
And so all of their student groups are in the highest level of performance on that indicator.
Wait, are we green? Are they green or are they blue?
They're blue.
Oh, only because it said green.
I know it's a little bit off, but it's under blue.
No, I meant
Oh, it's
the
supposed to say
top.
blue.
It says
That's
green.
wrong. It's
Okay.
blue.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't the
Oh, for me,
color
it's
because it
green.
says green, but
Wanted
they
to
were
plant
pointing to
these little
blue.
things to make sure you're watching.
They're totally. It's all. It's all a test to me.
The green is the state.
Ah,
Well, we're blue.
got you.
And they have
So when we look at the LCAP and the mid-year update, next slide, please. Washington Middle College has their own LCAP, and we do bring it to our board as well. However, the advisory, the Washington Middle College Advisory, actually comes together to help write that. So Washington Middle College LCAP has 3 goals. In the attached document, again, we have gone through and looked at the mid-year outcome data and updated that. The slide before us shows 2 examples. An example of their LCAP Goal 1, which is college focused, which is looking at the college passage rate. For mid-year outcome data, currently out of the 173 students, reports show that all seniors are passing their college classes. In 11th grade, 33 out of the 37th are passing physics. 10th grade, 35 out of 46 students are passing the ethnic studies. In 9th grade, 63 out of 67 are passing HSC. And I will say that Principal Lane could not be here this evening. She actually should be credit for filling out the data. So they're currently at an 87% college passage rate.
Can you say what HCS is?
Yes. I'm going to stop. It is the entry-level course that students take. It's the first class that they take, and it's I'll get you the exact name of it, but it's the first class that they take.
You know what it
ninth
is?
grade
Share with us?
at the city college.
It's-
Oh, look at that. We have an
Student board
expert.
member.
I think there's an error on the document. It's HCD. I'm not I don't remember off the top of my head what it stands for, but that's like the intro class that all freshmen take.
Thank you.
HDD.
Oh,
Human Career Development.
oh, thank you. So then the other metric that is used is the A through G and CTE. This is the Washington Middle College LCAP Goal 2. Their goal is looking at the portrait of a graduate, and that A through G eligibility is not yet available because the students haven't. So again, just a reminder that if the data is not there, it has to do with the timing of it, as this is a mid-year update.
At our school, all our students that graduate they have to be A through D eligible, and so every year, every student that graduates is A through D eligible.
So that will be 100%.
Keep rubbing in your good data over
Yes.
there.
Aren't you glad you're here today?
Yes, this was a really, thank you for staying.
Yes. So then when we're looking at the actions and measuring and reporting results, again, each of the actions have either been listed as not implementing, planned, partially implemented, or fully implemented. We have 2 examples here, one being the college transportation, which is in Goal 1. And it's partially implemented because we're not done transporting students. So at mid-year, about half of that had been spent. And then Goal 2, looking at the support and looking at prep buyouts for teachers to help support students in meeting and passing those college courses. For those of you who are looking at the numbers, it is actually a little overspent. And the reason why we wanted to highlight this one is that when things like this happen, right, we make a plan in the spring and then we're going through and saying, what are we doing? What are the needs? And then this is a living document where we're adjusting. And this information goes back to the advisory committee, who is then informed and says, yes, we want to continue this. So it's through that continual dialogue that those adjustments are made. but we don't go over the total amount. So for next steps with Washington Middle College, they will continue to work with their advisory committee through those meetings, continue to work and revise the LCAP as we move forward, and it will be brought to you in a public hearing in June, and then we're done.
Thank you. Okay, are there any public comments?
No public comment?
All right, are there any additional comments from the board?
No, just proud of the dependent charter that we took a risk on, like we
Yeah.
revamped, and so really proud of the work and really glad that we have an expert on the panel with the real experience. I don't know if you want to add anything. No?
Can you share with us if you think the goal of the desired outcome of 90% of students enrolled in college courses will pass with a C or better? Does that seem like a reasonable goal that can be attained?
I think it is a reasonable goal that could be attained. It just depends on the students themselves going to our school, because our school is based around college classes, and that's our goal is to pass our classes with a C or higher, else we can't really be there, you know? And so some kids don't have that mentality or aren't able to make the effort to pass their classes, so that's kind of on them and a personal opinion for them. But I believe most of the people that go to my school are able to reach 90%, but just a small little group of students.
And I know that the school has a lot of systems in place where they really monitor very closely how kids are doing in those courses. And if it looks like they're off track, they pull them in early, they meet with parents, and really try to intervene right at the onset to make sure that they are successful in both their high school classes and their college.
And I think for, you have a question? For the history of this program as well, it was a independent charter school. So it was, we were the LEA, the approval, but we did not have any say in any of their budgets or any of the decisions. And they had become fiscally insolvent. It had been a partnership with UC Davis that was just, it had kind of fizzled. They actually asked us, will you take it over? And it was a risk because it was a big financial hit for a little while for the district as they built up the program. And so Sean O'Neill really helped us lift that work when he came in, and then of course Principal Lane. So I just wanted to
Yeah, and then before
share that as
Sean
well.
too. I mean, anyways, I think that
Yeah.
we took a risk, and
Yeah.
that's why it's really important that we could have rolled them into our budget. But it was important for the board at the time to show solvency.
Mhm.
So that's why we approved everything separate.
Yeah, and to be a charter, you have to be separate too, I think. So, yeah,
Yes.
so this is, it's a really, a nice journey.
And this is their charter renewal year as well. So
Oh.
we'll be bringing that to the board later on this school year for them to renew.
Alexi, what do you think about that? Renew?
Did you want to add anything else?
I just want to say I'm kind of glad that we're separate from the whole district itself, because it kind of shows that our efforts to this program and this idea that we had is actually coming along, and that they're coming, the efforts are there, like the grades and stuff. And so I'm just kind of glad that we stand for ourselves and
Be very proud.
I have a small question, Alexa. Do you think that this school is going to grow a little bit? And do you feel that your campus size meets your needs? Just curious. Do you think that more people are gonna, it's like you guys are like your own little gem right now. Nobody really knows yet, but pretty soon they're gonna start, they're gonna start coming. Do you think you guys will be ready for that?
I think with the size that we have right now, so we have a maximum of 70 people per grade, and this incoming freshman is our first class that the most of them have stayed and haven't transferred out. So I'm sure that as years come, that's more likely to happen, because I know right now I only have like 30 people in my grade, but I feel like we will progressively be ready for it, but I'm not sure if our size of campus will withstand all of the people.
Just things for the future
Yeah.
to think about. That's all.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so that now takes us through our information discussion, and now we are to our consent. Are there any changes to the consent agenda? Okay, then can I have a motion to approve?
I move.
Okay, moved by trustee Wong,
Second?
seconded by Vice President Coffey. All in favor?
Aye.
I too vote aye. And then now we're going down to our action items. So action item 1, we have the approval of the contract with DFS Flooring for installation services for Bridgeway Island carpet replacement project. Monique Stovall, our Chief Business Officer.
Thank you and good evening. I'm joined this evening with our Director of Facilities, Dan Panowitz, and he will present the item.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board. Item P1 is the approval of the contract with DFS Flooring for installation services at Bridgeway Island carpet replacement project. Back in December of 2019, the Board of Trustees reviewed and approved the facilities master plan. The FMP identified pre-existing deferred maintenance items at each site and provided a plan for ongoing maintenance to prevent minor issues from becoming more expensive emergency repairs. Based on the FMP, the Facilities Construction and Planning Department and Maintenance Operations and Transportation developed the facilities maintenance plan. The maintenance plan creates a schedule to accomplish the FMP's recommendations. Bridgeway Island School has been identified as a site that needs carpet replacement. So the Facilities Department sought out bids from approved vendors from the California State Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act, CUPCA. These vendors meet the CUPCA requirements. DFS Flooring provided the lowest bid. So we are recommending the approval of the contract for $140,464 DFS Flooring to replace carpets in multiple classrooms, including the administration building, lab, and the library at Bridgeway Elementary. Yes, we are working on this plan because there's a lot of work that's happening over the summer at Bridgeway. And it's also a lot. It's 22 classrooms, the admin, library, and the lab. So we are working on scheduling the administration building, the lab, and the library to be done during spring break. And then we'll come back and do the 22 classrooms over the summer.
Are there any public comments?
No public comment?
And are there any comments or questions from the board?
I do have a couple questions.
Okay, sure.
The 22 classrooms, what's that percentage of the campus that's being placed-ish?
Yeah, we can get that number. There were some rooms that have been recently redone.
Okay.
Because, like a lot of the portables, just because it was necessary.
Okay.
So we're not doing all the classrooms, just the ones that haven't been done recently. I can get you the percentage.
Okay. Yeah, and that was going to be my next question. How did we decide? But then that's fine. Just knowing that is sufficient. You answered the dates of the work. Oh, I noticed on the contract the end date goes to like December 31st, and I'm assuming, right, just in case the work doesn't get done. I think we have PTSD from the playgrounds this last year. Is there a plan, like if for some reason August comes around and a ton of the classrooms aren't completed, have we thought about what then?
So that's why we broke it up. The original plan was do it all during the summer, but our summer is only really 6 weeks this summer. And that's a lot of work. The way we will do this will be sections at a time, because you have to move everything out of the room, do the flooring, move it all back in. If we get to the point where we feel like, okay, we're not going to get these last 5 done, and then we will not touch those, and we'll come back over the winter break or Thanksgiving, when the next break that we can do that, and we'll come back and do that. So we're not going to move out of 22 classrooms and be stuck. We'll just do them in sections at a time.
Thank you. And then one more question. There's a lot of summer programs that happen at Bridgeway. Are we at this point already in contact with that site and whatever summer programs are happening there, that they know they'll have the reduced space over the summer available to them?
We've had multiple meetings with all of the shareholders of summer programs and special education and all of our summer program runners, that we're not going to be using Bridgeway, because one of the other projects we're going to be doing is doing the external paint of the entire campus. And a lot of those portables have wood, the wood paneling outside needs to be replaced. So we've asked that Bridgeway not be used for summer programs here.
Okay.
So, and the same, we were going to, there'll be more, but that we've been having multiple meetings about, these are all the places we're going to be. Southport, we're going to be doing this, so how we're going to work together with them to get our work done, but also allow them to site.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any others? That's a really good point. And so I would just make sure that on our end, since we know we're not using certain sites, that we communicate, especially with our families that utilize those programming, because I know a lot of them, my own girls ride their bikes to school. And so I know there's not a close alternative so if we can communicate that as early as possible so families can make the necessary arrangements.
And I would also like to add, because I think we do have a lot of PTSD with this, that we try our best to get things done, like let the site know, hey, this is the plan. We need y'all to help us as well to get this plan done. So if you can, when you're clearing out your classroom at the end of the year, be proactive and help us so that way we can be as quick and as expeditious as possible. Otherwise, this can be prolonged. You see what I'm saying? So
We have a walk already scheduled for March.
Okay.
To start the process, get them boxes, have a dumpster brought to site, because this is a good time to purge. If you haven't used it in 10 years, let it go. But we'll do this walk because we only need things moved that are on top of carpet. Right. So if you have a counter, you have a cabinet, you don't need to unload those, and put everything on the counter that you can. Make it easier and faster that way. So we do have these walks. We've done this a lot of times, so we'll be helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, then if there's no other questions or comments, can I get a motion?
I move.
Okay, moved by trustee Wong.
I'll second.
Second by trustee Hunt. All in favor?
Aye.
I too vote aye. Thank you. Okay, and then you'll be staying with us because we have the approval of the contract amendment number 1 with Drevi Castellanos and Associates for Architectural Services.
Yes. So on December 17th in 2024, the board approved an independent contract agreement with Drevi Castellanos Architect, that we know him as DCA, for architectural services for the summer painting project that included Bridgeway Island and Riverbank Elementary. Riverbank Elementary has been awarded the Cool Schools Grant, which is a fund extensive improvements during the summer of 2025. The facilities department has reassessed the scope and determined that the 2 large-scale projects of Riverbank and Bridgeway, it could be too much. So we are recommending that instead of doing Riverbank, painting Riverbank the summer of 2025, we instead do Bridgeway Island and YOLO, which is a smaller campus that'll be easier and faster to accomplish, and we'll move Riverbank to the summer of 2026. So this would be an amendment to the DCA's contract. We'll still have them do the work for Riverbank because they've already started, and we'll just move that for 2026, but we need to add the drawings and everything for YOLO to put it out to bid. So we recommend approval of the contract amendment to add architectural services for the exterior painting of YOLO Educational Center. DCA will provide the district with the bid documents for exterior painting based on the district's colors. DCA will also provide assistance during the bid process, painting work oversight, punch list, and project closeout. The amendment to include YOLO Education Center is $37,105, bringing the total contract amount to $137,075.
Okay, are there any public comment?
No public comment?
Okay. Do any of you just want to get paintbrushes and spend a few weekends? Okay, any questions?
I do, because I'm not familiar with this project. So what would have warranted so we changed the scope? Washington Unified. What was the purpose of the change of scope? If you can give me a quick synopsis.
Well, quickly is Bridgeway Island is a very big campus. Riverbank is even bigger campus. And with only 6 weeks, we're not going to get the project done within that summer. We're going to have to go in and start in May of doing, on the weekends, doing power washing and all the caulking that's necessary. And then during the summer, do the paint. There's a lot of summer programs for Riverbank. And also, Cool Schools is going to be doing a lot of work out there. So there's going to be a lot of dirt in the air, which is not great for painting. But it's just the amount of scope for Riverbank is large. The scope for Bridgeway, because there's going to be a lot of wood rot on those portables that need to be replaced, is large. And with a condensed summer like this, we don't want to start in May and go into August and then in September. We want to be able to get this all done by the time the kids get back. And that's why we're suggesting this change.
Any other? I appreciate you brought up the wood rot because yes, on those portables especially, you walk by and you can just see the deterioration. And you said that would be replaced. Is that correct?
Yes.
That some of the exterior is replaced?
Those are basically plywood sheets that cover those
Oh, okay.
portables. So they will take those ones off. We'll put new ones up.
Okay.
We'll check the studs on the inside and make sure that they're okay as far as wood rot goes, if it's penetrated in. But it's just something that portables, that's what has to be done, is you've got to do that periodically.
Thank you, Dan, for sharing that. And so I'm learning from my team how much prep work goes into painting. And so basically, I can't remember what percentage you gave me, but more than 50% of the painting is that prep. So in addition to the portables, any minor work, any major work, the buildings as well, that needs to be done even before we begin any power wash. And so that's a huge aspect of both of he shared when we were looking at the project, really analyzing our summer, and especially recognizing at Riverbank, they're touching two sides of the school. The improvements are amazing, and we don't want to interfere with that either. And we want to be able to not have the delays that we've experienced as best we can. So that's why we moved to YOLO. YOLO is also a recipient of the Cool Schools grant, but the section is going to be in a different area that's a little bit away. It's not as significant, and it just
also looks really bad.
Yeah. Thank you for clarifying, because this action is to actually just add YOLO, right? Because Bridgeway was already included.
Yes.
I just wanted that clarification, because we're talking about Bridgeway, but we had to prove that in this.
Yeah.
So this action is for YOLO.
And as was shared, we still keep the design plans, all the work that we're doing right now for Riverbank, we'll use it for now.
And the cost isn't going to change because the following year, right? Like, we won't see that happening.
We'll own the plan.
Okay.
We'll own that.
Okay.
And can I get a motion to approve?
I move.
Okay, thank you. Moved by Vice President Coffey.
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Trustee Hunt. All in favor?
Aye.
I too vote aye. Thank you. And that now takes us to action item number 3, approval of the attendance at an out-of-state Avid Summer Institute Conference, July 22nd to 25th in Chicago, Illinois. Autrey Streak, our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. Welcome back.
So good evening again. This action item is seeking approval for 5 Washington Middle College High School staff members to attend an out-of-state AVID conference. We also wanted to add 1 additional staff member, WUSD staff, and that cost will come out of WUSD LCAP funds. It's not on the paper, on the agenda, but I wanted to add that as I stand before you. And the reason why it's an out-of-state, even though this particular option is offered in-state, the dates work for the Washington Middle School team to go and participate in this learning experience together. And so that's why it's not an in-state, they're not going for the in-state option. Any questions?
Which WSD staff?
It would be one district office staff, either myself or another director.
Do we have any public comment?
No public comment?
Okay. Are there additional questions? Okay, thank you. Are there additional questions? Yes.
So are we going to see something separate for the Avid Washington Unified School District, but this one is for Washington Middle?
So we could do it that way if you want me to bring that one back for one staff member for Washington Unified staff, or we could just make the change.
Well, that's what I'm asking. So wouldn't that require us
So-
to amend this?
Right.
So we can approve
motion.
this by amending the approval to add one additional member for the conference and identify the LCAP funds.
Yes. So instead of 5, it's 6 WUSD staff.
So
And
that'd have
5
to
of
be in the
them are
motion.
Washington Middle College High School.
That would have to be in the
And
motion.
if there's no additional questions, I can make that motion if you'd like.
So so the fund, okay, sorry. So 5 Washington Middle College High School staff members, and this is coming from their own separate
Yes.
LCAP funding,
Yes.
their own budget.
Yes.
I'm saying this also because we did have a public comment. This is not from Washington Unified School District's funding. But what you're asking now is to
Yes.
include an additional staff from
Yes.
WUSD, and then that money will,
Come
to
from
pay for that,
our-
will come from our LCAP specific funding.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
Make
you
sure
for that
that I
clarification.
said that. Okay. Okay, that's all.
Any questions? Not?
I don't know about a concern. I just want, like, my question would be more of like, I kind of see this as a Washington Middle College, bonding type of Advid cohort, and then we're going to throw a USD
And the
district.
reason why the principal and I talked about this, we never get to do professional learning with Washington Middle College staff because their calendar is different. So this was our opportunity to support them in their professional learning as their authorizer, supervisor, instructional leader.
So it would be, I was just trying to figure out, like, is the staff like an Avid teacher, or is this?
No, it would be either myself or a
Why
WUSD
don't you
director.
say specifically like that, so that way I have a better.
That was my first question.
I didn't hear your question.
Oh, because I was asking for
sorry about
public
that.
comment.
I'm
That's
sorry.
why. I apologize.
I'm so sorry. I was just like, I'm so confused.
Yeah.
Who would be the one staff? And
Yeah.
okay, that helps. That's all.
And we're going to get feedback from you on,
Yes, yes, you will.
like, take back.
And although Washington Middle is a dependent charter, these are our employees and they are part of our union membership and everything else. And that's why we brought Washington Middle on as a dependent versus approving, a different way. So just to add that there. Okay. I can make the motion if you'd like.
Motion to amend, right?
I'm making a motion to amend the approval of the attendance of the out-of-state Avid Summer Institute Conference to add an additional member, creating 6 total, and that additional member will come from LCAP funds. I make a motion.
Can we clarify that that's the district person?
Yes.
Okay.
As in the motion.
District
Okay,
office.
I make a motion to approve the attendance of the out-of-state Avid Summer Institute Conference with the addition of 1 WUSD member using LCAP funds. So there will be 6
the
total
district
members.
office.
From the district office.
Work your magic, Mario.
Is there a second?
I'm taking
I
notes.
second.
Is there a second? Yeah.
Okay, seconded by trustee Hunt, right? Yep, that was, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
I too vote aye.
Thank you. Sorry for the
Thank you.
confusion.
So that was just for the amendment. Now we have to
motion.
motion
No, to
to
vote for them.
approve it, right?
Yes.
I move to approve the
And I-
I'll
6.
second.
The amended.
Oh, dang.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. All right, motion by trustee Wong, seconded by clerk Castro, all in favor?
Aye.
I too.
Alexia, what do you say?
You're allowed to just yell at her.
She's like, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Okay. Board governance. And that takes us to our approval of the California School Board Association, which is the SBA, and Association of the California School Administrators, AXA, Coast to Coast Federal Advocacy Trip for 2 trustees and the superintendent in Washington, D.C. from Monday, April 28th to Wednesday, April 30th. Dr. Hildreth, or, yes.
So I'm bringing this forward with as a request for board discussion. In the 22-23 school year, we did have 2 trustees who attended Coast to Coast, sponsored by CSBA, which supports school boards, and Association of California School Administrators, AXA, which supports superintendents and administrators across the state, to give an opportunity for those who make policy to actually have the opportunity to engage and have conversations with our congresspersons and with federal legislators in Washington, D.C. And AXA and CSBA provide training on the commonalities for certain areas that would benefit from some additional advocacy. And so, for example, in 22-23, one of the areas of focus was to increase funding for special education, and that is something that impacts districts across the state. So it allows a level of advocacy as a united group within California. And so the ask was to bring this back. We skipped sending any trustees last school year, so bringing it back for consideration, knowing that there's some questions and concerns about how federal dollars and state dollars might be directed to school districts with the change in the administration, and wondering if hearing our voices might help and share how we support our students. So that's bringing this forward. Just as an FYI, 2 trustees would be able to attend. Looking at the dates, I know I would not be able to attend. I have a family commitment on one of those days, but the superintendents don't necessarily have to go. There were superintendents who attended in the past and do attend, but there are also school board members who go just as the trustees. So even though I will be unavailable on these dates, there is still support for any trustee who might want to, any 2 of the 5 trustees who might want to attend.
Thank you. Are there any public comments?
No public comment?
Thank you. And I think Trustee Wong, I'm assuming you're the one that asked for this. If you want to add to this or
Well, no,
to
I
have a
think that
discussion
from,
on it.
as discussion, being on the CSBA Board of Directors is extremely important this year to lift up, I'm going to DC a lot for my day job anyway, so it'd be good to lift up our voice, whoever wants to, because it's critical. So again, according to our leadership, it is exactly what Dr. Hildreth said, is that, and everything we talked about yesterday, right, to bring to kind of real life to even the conservative members of how that's impacting kids, especially when we're talking about things like special education, 10%, and kind of translating that to real impact in their.
When we went last time, I went as well. I was board president at the time, and Trustee Wong as their CSBA delegate. We went together, and we were able to have office meetings. My hope would be that they would be a little better now.
I might organize some of them.
So we would make sure, because we, and by better, I mean, we had time with school board members together for discussion. But then the meetings that we had on Capitol Hill, we ended up, Trustee Wong ended up adding additional because they did not have very many scheduled for us. And you think you're going to fly all the way to DC, you want to be here to advocate and to work hard and to be up there fighting for that. I wish, although this is not, for our board up for discussion, I do wish that CSBA, I think it would be very powerful. They have AXA. I think it'd be powerful if they also partnered with CSEA and CTA.
Yeah.
Typically, they don't, and I think that's a missed opportunity when it comes to something like this. When you're advocating for special ed funding, for nutrition funding, those are pieces where we have common ground. So when this first came to us, my thinking was, since Vice President Coffey did not go last year, that it would first be, it's the will of the board if we do this job, but would first go to, if you wanted to go to this to advocate. That was my thinking. And then as a delegate, Trustee Wong. And then so I wanted to open it up to that discussion for you and for the board.
Well, my questions were kind of like, well, I don't have any history or any kind of success. Like, how close do you really get to advocating for?
Oh, you do. You're there in their office
You're
with
there.
their staff, with our congressperson. And I think that's one piece is, they're here regularly, right? Congresswoman Matsui is here in Sacramento, and we can meet with her in that capacity as well. But the difference, I think, is that I don't want to say the real people to hurt anybody's Sacramento offices, but the people, their staffers that are in this work the most are the ones that are in their DC offices. And so it's that opportunity to also talk with the staffers who are the ones really doing the work. The elected officials, of course, are important, but those are the ones that are really helping with all of these. You get both of both.
And I would say you'd also make sure that you tag on to Senator Padilla and other people who aren't here in our local area very often, right? But I also think that's a meeting that I set up.
I think that would be the question for this, is asking CSBA how many legislative meetings are there? And then there would be time in advance to say, we want to go to more and get those scheduled ahead of time if they're, depending on how many there are.
And again, this is the time and the moment to actually advocate for our students in a unified way. So, so much going on there. But again, also be open, I think, if we were to advocate for a more conservative congressional office, right? The strategies of the tip on, because there's one thing, as we know, we've all heard, to call or to write a letter, that, and another thing to actually have FaceTime with staff members and congressional.
And when we went, it was very clear, talking points. And so everyone was united in that. So our talking points really were about increasing special education funding at the time, because that's a federal mandate, but they are not funding us at the levels of that mandate. And so it was very specific to that. It was specific to nutrition services. I think right now we're really under threat of all of that. We don't know what's going to be happening. And what was our other one? Those were two. Oh, and it was also mental health pieces. Yeah. And we also brought up the Windfall Act. Yes. Which is when people who are come into education later in their life, for example, there's this very weird thing that used to happen where you could have paid into Social Security for years, but then you come in and you become an educator and you pay into STRS. And then they were getting penalized in this huge hit where you were not getting access to that Social Security money that you paid at the same levels, where you could go and enter into a different profession and that would not be the case. So educators were really dissuaded from, and a lot of people would come into the profession and then learn that, and it's a huge hit and ruining their. So that got changed, though. That got changed. That's one of the things we advocated for.
And it takes the story, right?
Probably only because of us.
Well, no,
not because of us.
But it takes a real story. It takes you telling them. It takes you to reminding the staffer, and when they see, like, oh yeah, Sarah said this, or Virginia said this, or Jackie said this, and this mattered.
And those are things that they're going to be hearing from NEA, CTA, CSEA as well, those talking points. So.
And we know that CTA and CSEA have been going already too. Outside of.
Yeah, Nikki, but brief from our
senior post.
So what are your thoughts?
I'd be open to go. Most definitely. I mean, I know it says that we're allowed a maximum of 3 representatives, and I'm just saying, since Dr. Hildreth is not going to go, would that open it up for another one, or are we saying we want to keep it?
I think the office visits, it was 3 total. So yes, yes. I think that they were trying to limit people's sizes.
You're saying yes as well?
Yes, there is 3 allotted, whether, if Dr. Hildreth can't go,
Right.
and that won't actually conflict with the board meeting because there's no board meeting that week. We only have one in April on April 10th. So if 3 of you do want to go, then that's feasible, this cycle of agendas based on the
Well, that's an
calendar.
interesting.
And we will not violate the Brown Act, because Marie, if you're listening outside, because we talk about the things at CSBA.
Well, we had talked before too about the idea, whoever is in this role or this seat, that being a conversation.
And we could
Now I'm
also
debating my
authorize
calendar
now.
if I could join you.
That's what I'm wondering. But that's why I was thinking, I was like, if you were saying you can't go because, or not saying you can't go, I mean, just check your calendar.
I did and I can attend, but I felt like since you were board president last year and did not attend, that first I thought it should go.
Well, I appreciate that, and I will accept if that is the will of the board. But I'm just saying we got 3.
Yes, so can I make a motion to just approve 3 seats? And I don't know.
I asked Dr. Hildreth about this already, right? Didn't I ask you and you told me no?
I thought that violating the
As long as we're not talking about board business.
We
or
can't
things
talk
like that.
about our agenda pieces, but we can use the talking points of CSBA.
Now,
You
just,
being a delegate, can that, like, you be sponsored by CSBA and then the,
Oh, no.
the rest of them won't go?
I asked that
throwing it
like
out
2 years
there.
ago. I did ask that 2 years ago.
You did.
and just for, to Dr. Hildreth's point, is just optics. Anytime 3 board members do go anywhere, that just plays the optics of the Brown Act. So I think that's to that point. But the program does advertise 3 trustees.
So we would not be violating the Brown Act?
No,
It would be incumbent on us.
On you, yes,
To
but
not violate
optics
the Brown
always
Act,
speak to
so-
3 or more. That
Right.
just raises a Brown Act. So that's just something to consider.
And other districts do
Yeah,
bring
thank
5. I mean, LA, yeah.
They told us it was about the room capacity, remember? Because you
Yeah.
did ask last
Yeah.
time. And they said that they wouldn't allow for room capacity. Am I correct on that? That's how I remember it.
Yes.
Okay.
Can we approve up to, and if something doesn't,
Yeah. Can
to
we do
3?
that? 3, and then
Check calendars.
and then we can check calendars. All righty.
Let's have a feel of, it sounds like multiple people would like to attend. Is that what I'm hearing?
I definitely would like to go. I think we all would, but I want to be fair. I mean, the decision for Vice President Coffey is perfect because she was here. Too, so. And if
Why don't we, if you're okay with it, we can check our calendars and do it and see how that works if we approve 3. And then being with the role of board vice, and then we can come back and
I'm fine with anything. Whatever we decide together is, that's what I'm going with.
when you're here, you're doing.
Yeah.
If it's an ongoing, I think maybe this is something we think is important.
I'm just,
too.
what I'm really, my important, like bulletin point is what we bring back and what we're actually going to accomplish while we are there. If we're going to be taking on these expenses and doing these things, I want to know that we are going to actually interact and face the people that we need.
I agree.
Well, I see, I already have the schedule looked up, and pretty much like there's general sessions, federal issue trainings,
You'll get
leaders
FaceTime.
on key issues.
I will say that was really, those sessions too, even though those weren't face-to-face, they were informative. And you're right, any information needs to come back.
Yeah. And we did the special education stuff we brought back. Conversations. So am I hearing CSBA director, and then you guys are going to check calendars and figure out the other 2? And
I believe
Virginia
so.
for sure. So me and Virginia
And
for
nobody's
sure.
uncomfortable with the idea. It's okay for moving forward. Okay.
Am I hearing correctly that, will this, once we know who the 3 are going, is that clearance for Mario to book accommodations? Or is that something to be brought back, tell the public who's going, or just
We
because
don't-
registration?
We don't do that with other
We don't,
things.
we don't
I'm
say
just-
who's going to go
So
for
I
CSBA
think-
conference.
just
No, I
making
think
sure.
it's 3
So,
positions.
but we can amend this because this also says 2 trustees and superintendent.
Yeah.
So we need to amend it, and then we can, but it's soon, so like that, this would be like a quick, like a tomorrow, like we'll
Because hotels will go fast, and I want you guys to stay in the hosting hotel.
And can you please, because a certain somebody last time changed the hotel last minute.
You can save the hosting
and then
hotel. I'm a Marriott
had to
gal.
walk really far, and I
It was
didn't
not, it was like
understand
half a
why.
mile.
Everything's close in DC.
I've never been, so I wouldn't know.
Boop.
You got breakfast. I brought you
I meant
breakfast
to
every
DC.
day
I was.
with my little coupons.
What? True story. Okay, in any case, can we, because we're getting to the end and it's almost done.
Want me to make a motion to amend this?
Sure.
Okay.
Jonathan.
Stop me if I'm doing it incorrect.
Go do her. Go
I'm
do
a
her.
doer.
It's a good time.
Yes.
I'm a doer.
Okay. I'm making a motion to amend Q1, approval of the CSBA and ACSA Coast to Coast advocacy trip. Currently, it says for 2 trustees and the superintendent. I make a motion to amend that to say for 3 trustees in Washington, D.C. from Monday, April 28th to Wednesday, April 30th, 2025.
I second.
Okay, thank you. Moved by trustee Hunt, seconded by trustee Wong. All in favor?
Aye.
I too vote aye. And so now can we have an approval?
I move.
Okay, moved by Vice President Coffey,
I second. Oh, sorry. Vanessa second.
seconded by Clerk Castro. All in favor?
Aye.
I too vote aye. Okay. All right, and that now takes us to board and superintendent comments. Dr. Hill.
Got it.
Tonight, we actually saw our motto in action of equity, excellence, and empowerment. But I think this is an area that we can do better in the part that we state support for every student every day. So I want to first thank June and all of the student leadership teachers for helping our students to find their voice, starting in our K-8s and going on to our high schools with the Student Leadership Conference. So that was definitely a high. I appreciate everyone who came tonight to share their concerns and their perspectives. And I have immense pride in our students who shared their voices and their experiences with racism tonight. So last week, the students, we knew they were at their breaking point with having to deal with hate speech. And so last week, Assistant Superintendent Street, EDI Director Flores, and I met with a group of Black students at River City. They shared many more examples of how the use of the N-word impacts their mental health and their self-esteem, which impacts their ability to focus in their classes, which impacts their grades. It's all tied together. Their words were impactful and personal. They talked about the weight they carry, about being judged by their peers, being judged by adults on campus and off campus, and how their brain brilliance is consistently underestimated because of their racial identity. And I understand that more than they can ever know. So I believe we are truly at a moment to change and turn this passion into the spark that has been needed for all the adults in our district and our community to come together to be the safe haven that our students need to feel valued, respected, and seen. We have to have the courage to have the hard and uncomfortable conversations about race and identity. And if our students have the courage to say we don't feel supported, then we need to have the courage to learn how to provide the support that they need. Because it is through dialogue, even when it is uncomfortable, that healing and change begin. And so if we as the adults cannot get past being uncomfortable, things will never change for our students. Because our students are in our schools, as they told us, every day being uncomfortable. And if that's their daily experience, then how can we say, we hear you, we see you? And they told us that they bring this to the adults on campus, and what they get back is words like, "That's unacceptable. We hear you, but nothing happens." How they feel that the adults are more concerned about the cell phone policy than they are about the use of the N-word. So when they can give concrete examples of going to Southport Plaza and being targeted in certain stores because they're wearing hoodies and backpacks, but they're not the only students in these stores who are wearing hoodies and backpacks, but they are the ones that are being followed. So all of what's happening by the lack of those who they're relying on, some who say, "I don't know how to help you," but they also talked about they did have many staff members who support them. And that was important for me to hear as well. There are many staff members at River City High School who do support, and they know that. They're just at that point where we need everybody to come together. So I can share that I'm committed to making sure that the change they are asking for is prioritized. And I think if we all share that passion, we will be able to make some immediate change. So thank you to our students, especially for bringing that forward. I also want to address disproportionality and what we're doing about it. And so we are the recipients of a grant called the REACH Network. It is sponsored from UCLA's Center for the Transformation of Schools and UC Berkeley, and it's research on expanding their expanding educational opportunity program. And so they call it Race Education and Community Healing Network, REACH. And the focus of REACH is to address out-of-school suspensions disproportionately affecting students of color, students with special education designations, and LGBTQ+ youth. Because we know punitive practices can result in lost instructional time and adverse long-term academic outcomes for our young people. So with the REACH grant, we received it for Elkhorn, and it's helping us to identify ways to promote healthy relationships in schools and prevent out-of-school suspensions from happening altogether and providing training. It's led by Dr. Tyrone Howard, who is the co-faculty director of UCLA Center for Transformation of Schools, and Dr. Travis Bristol, the associate professor of teacher education and education policy at UC Berkeley. And so it's really around Senator Nancy Skinner's state law change around how we no longer use willful defiance as a category. And so I was thankful to have the opportunity to be asked to be a panelist at their last conference about 2 weeks ago to talk about how do we make the changes that we state are important, and asking for me to share my expertise on how to get this done. We also had our coordinator of social emotional learning, Rosie Arcona, who was a panelist as well. So we are grateful for that opportunity. We're grateful to have Elkhorn be one of 10 districts across the state to receive this grant. The grantees include 4 districts from Northern California and the Bay Area, 1 district from the Central Valley, 3 districts from Southern California, and 2 districts from border county. So we will keep you posted on that work and continue to be a leader in this area. I want to thank our staff, our WSTA and CSEA labor partners for always ongoing collaboration and public recognition of collaboration when it works. Like, that's really, on this side of the aisle, you don't always get that. So really appreciate that acknowledgement because it is our focus on working together to ensure that our staff is supported so that our students are supported. That makes our district thrive in so many ways. And then lastly, last Friday, we submitted a grant application for River City High School to hopefully receive community school fundings from the state. Currently, River City receives federal funding for its community schools program. And if granted, the school would receive an additional $1.4 million over the next 5 years. So we have submitted, we've done all that we can do. So fingers crossed at this point, because we know that there is a lot of need and we are always seeking for additional ways to provide the support that our students need so that it doesn't always come out of the general fund. But by seeking grants, we can get training for staff and support for students. And what a time to have this conversation during Black History Month. And I'll end with that.
I need to make a motion.
I was gonna
yeah, or you can make a motion, yeah. I hate to interrupt that beautiful sentiment with a motion, but you want to make a motion?
We can also just end at that.
No.
We don't have to extend.
I move.
I second.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, we got to vote.
Moved
All
by
in
Vice
favor?
President Coffey, seconded by Trustee Wong. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Heavy. How about this? Black excellence can occur at the same time that we're changing the waters of racism in our district. Black excellence exists in our cabinet, in our schools, in our leaders, who are fighting to change the culture and the conversations around anti-Black sentiment. It is not lost on me that this is happening in the middle of Black History Month, because I came in, I wanted to acknowledge that in 100 years, our cabinet hasn't looked the way it has. And I'm proud of that. I am so proud of that. And I'm equally proud of our students who did have the courage to stand here today, but honestly, that they were fed up, and kids who I've known for a really long time, and they were tired. And they walked out, and I would say peacefully walked out to Target and didn't do anything, but they did. And I don't know, nobody likes bad press, but come on now. Like, it is, I can be proud of them for having the courage to do that. And know that the Black excellence that exists in this district will do right by our students. So I just want to say thank you for that. I had a whole bunch of other things, but I think I just want to say thank you, because I know it is, it's not lost on me that this is something you all are carrying in a way that I will never understand, I will never know. But as somebody who sees you, honors you, and respects everything that you're doing, I am grateful.
Thank you. Trustee Hunt.
Righty. Maybe I'll pass some of my comments as well. It's not as significant as some of the topics we've been discussing, but I did, before going there, want to acknowledge and thank the Rotary Club of West Sacramento. They sponsored a school dance today at Westfield Elementary School, where all students had their allotted time and got to come and have a fun dance. and acknowledge that these are all volunteers with likely no students still there. And it's really special that they took the time to make this happen for a very deserving group of kids. And just related to the number of different concerns at River City High School that have been brought up by community members, staff members, and students. You know, when you see all of your stakeholders coming to you with a gamut of challenges that are related and unrelated, you know, it's time to step up and do something. And I know we are. I know that the administration there is working hard, and so is the leadership in the district. I think simultaneously we need to work at rebuilding some of the trust with our community as well through transparency and communication. Let's communicate what we're doing so that they feel and can see that something is being done, and what that looks like. We heard a lot tonight. Staff want to help as well, and they're asking for how do I help? You know, and I think that's really important, and it's special to see that we have the staff that are willing to step in and help. But I think it's our responsibility to give them the resources to be able to help in the right manner. A huge thanks to the brave students that came and spoke to us. Anyone who comes and speaks at the podium is brave, but being a student and a student of color who is experiencing what they are, you know, just the courage to come up and share that you're amazing and you are valued, you are so important. I'll just end with, I would like to personally step in and help as well. So please tell me how I can be on the ground. This is very important to my heart.
Student Board Member Jimenez, I skipped you if you would like to give comments. There's no pressure on you, but if you'd like to give comments, this would be it.
One thing that stood out to me, as you just mentioned, was the students that spoke out about their experiences during school and their experiences just being themselves, how they're racially discriminated against. And although I cannot relate, I feel for them, and it brought light to the situations that this is real. Like, students are being affected by this every day, like living, just being themselves. They're discriminated against and they're judged. And school is supposed to be a safe place where they feel included and they feel safe. And as a team, as a whole, we have to come up with ways to make that happen, to make everybody feel safe at school, I feel like.
Clerk Castro.
I share the sentiment of everybody on the board. I think everybody else, we're all in agreement with we need change and action, like now. So if what I'm hearing is right, is that these students, this is their living, live, breathing, this is their experience. This is what they live in day to day. I appreciate that they can be vulnerable in front of a crowd and on camera. And I too, like Jeanette, want to be able to help like immediately. even if it's not something that the district can do, I'm going to challenge myself. Just a little bit of my background and history. I am Mexican American. My mom has one of her youngest sisters who is Black, so it's my blood aunt. And when my mom and my aunt were younger, they'd be walking to school, and one other person that was walking with them would say things, or would kind of like didn't want to walk with my aunt and my mom. And someone else in our life that was present at the time. So they would they didn't want to be seen with my aunt. And my mom was more like, that's my little sister. No, this is not gonna happen. So I appreciate being able to see people in my life that will take that stand for anyone of color or the same color. So this it is hurtful to our students. So I don't know what other ways we can do to help, but I'm ready to take that step. And I think, and I said to Jackie earlier, I'm thinking of like community members of different races coming together, leaders, and maybe holding like a joint, like, I don't know, a joint or a community function that we put on specifically to kind of bring unity together. It could even be a local rapper that I could reach out to and that the kids would respond to. I don't know. These are just things in my mind, like, how do we take action and bring people together in unity? And all the other stuff, is the normal stuff on my comments, but that's really important to me, so.
Vice President Coffey.
So I'm going to be my analytical self and talk about a few things that were said earlier, and then I will go into my passion for that other area. So first, we did have a budget study session yesterday. I thought it was great. I love the dialogue. I very much enjoy those types of atmospheres because I can kind of dive into something, I can ask more questions, I can hear other people ask questions, and then I can start brewing or percolating. Oh, look at both coffee things. Questions and bring out more. So I like that. I hope we can have more of them, and not just when we need to have them for because it's on the cycle, but because we're trying to make sure that we are still in touch with what's happening. So I am looking forward to the additional budget. I don't know if I'm allowed to go to one or if I could just sit there with those little committees just to kind of be present and listen. So I'm excited. I'm ready for that. I might start remembering and learning things as I'm going. So I'm like, okay, I'm getting it. It's sinking. We're hearing our presidents say from our groups, that we have safety concerns at YOLO, River City. I know we are working on getting another CSM at River City. Perhaps we can look to see what we can do for YOLO because one isn't enough. So I'm hearing that as an area of concern. Also, I know we are still working on our SRO plan, so I'm still kind of waiting to hear about that as well. Like, where are we? Because perhaps that can also help with some of the things that we're trying to implement and work on and work toward. Okay, so that one I gotta. The other thing that I heard was regarding the Elkhorn modernization project plans and our community members not feeling like they were being heard from when they started. So if we can find those like items that they asked for and see, okay, they asked for this back in 2019. This was the reason why they wanted to do it. Are we really taking into consideration those when we did the plans? Because I know I look at the plans and I think it looks great, but I wasn't the community member who was advocating at that time. So if I say, yeah, it looks great, this looks like it's going to meet the needs, but those are not the needs that were originally requested, let's look to make sure that we're doing right by the community. So there's that. And we were also hearing about our wonderful women's wrestling team and the pendant. I don't know what we have to do, but I really hope that we can get with the male league and find out, yo, dudes, what's up? Like, do I need to go and make a pendant? Because I will make a pendant. I'm pretty crafty. Do I need I don't know how to wrestle, but I can sick some wrestlers on you, some really good women ones, to see what we need to do for that. So if we can somehow, cabinet, make that commitment to like work on that would be great. Okay. I was like, yes,
It's hard to see sometimes.
I know.
when you're
I'm like,
sitting,
I'm
so
short.
thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then one of the things that when we were at the CSBA conference last year, there was a program that we sat in. Some of us, board members, well, at least I know I did. It was regarding a program that actually won a Bell Award, and it was for their Black Students program. And I'm not sure what we would need to do to maybe perhaps like leverage that, but it helped but it helped their Black students feel like they mattered, like, especially since they were able to go to some of the colleges within the South and they were able to experience that. And it was really like they envisioned it. And I heard we have somebody on campus who is literally walking the campuses, who says he's willing to make something, happen for our kids. So perhaps Coach Tribble can work on, being that voice and to help be that bridge, because I really think that might be something that we can look into. And I cannot remember for the life of me off the top of my head what that program was called, but I am going to find, because it was really, I don't remember, but.
Is that where they toured the BSUs?
Yes.
Yes.
So, let's do some research and see.
I was a little like, dang, I wish I could go. Like, to be completely honest with
But
you.
they said one of the things that was pivotal was having an individual who looked like them to help them. And as much as I want to say, I feel you. I mean, I could say that, but I don't know what it's like to be a young Black man in school. Let me just keep it real. I'm not even close to the pigment to even claim any of it. Like, and as much as I want to say that I understand, I may have some understanding, but I do not know what it's like to walk in your shoes. I can't even imagine how it feels. And that is so powerful to have our youth, our young Black men come up and show vulnerability. That right there is mighty. And then to have their coach also be up and to speak. He's paving the way. He's showing them how. And that's what I just love. I love Coach Tribble, and he's got a soft spot in my heart. And maybe sometimes we butt heads sometimes, but we's good. It's all about football. And but really, in all honesty, like that's powerful. It moves, definitely moves me. And I don't know what to do. That's kind of where I'm at right now. Like, I don't know what to do. I can teach my young ones, but I don't know how to help what is the current situation. And I know, Dr. H, you have been doing work. And that's the other thing is we may not see the work that Dr. H has been doing prior. It may not be publicly known, but she has been in the trenches and she has been there doing work behind the scenes. So I want to make sure the public knows that, yes, it's gotten to a point where it's, we're having our youth come to us, but please understand that we have been doing things. It just hasn't been enough. So now that's where we're at. We're just going to start doing more. And we will, if we can share out some of those things, we will, but for some safety reasons, we may not be sharing out what we're doing because we want to protect ours. So just know that we do have an amazing cabinet of strong women, Black women, who are doing amazing things every day behind the scenes. And we see you. And I know our community sees you too. So shine bright, keep your head up high, tilt that crown, and you guys got this. And we have your support. I mean, we have your backs. Gosh, I mean, it's late. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say, okay?
All right. Well, yeah, none of those can be taught. I'm going to share a little business and then I'm going to share a little heart. But I did want to bring up our 2x2 meetings and some of the questions came up. And so I want to make sure that that's shared in a timely way. So at our 2x2, which Clerk Castro and I had the privilege of attending on the board's behalf, we talked about Bright Park and everything is moving ahead with their grant and our commitment as well to hopefully move to have the city purchase that land. We need to, on our end, do a 7-Eleven committee. So now it's on our hands, and we need to work through the 7-Eleven committee on our end. But the way that looks, in case anyone is nervous about that, is the first right of refusal always goes to the city. So the city is interested in this and will work through our process with our community to help us with, it's a surplus property process. And so we'll go through that with our community members. And then at the end, the city always has the first right of refusal on that. And so that needs to be done by July. I think we're working on that. They also brought up the Bridgeway Island fence. Staff did go and walk through the space, looked over the plan that the Bridgeway Island PTO sent to them. The issue is, especially with all the work that's happening at Bright Park, there are less fields that are going to be used throughout the district space where they're using sports and whatnot. And the fence proposal was limiting that field space. And so having a big fence through that was really limiting the space that they have to utilize, especially given what's happening right now at Bright Park. So they came up with some alternative ideas. I know it may not be exactly what everyone wants who gave a petition, but they talked about having temporary fencing. So it would be on our staff to then put that up, take it down. But that we could have temporary fencing in these spaces where there's gaps. Because if you don't know, there's ornamental fencing all around. It's shorter, but there is ornamental, and then there's gaps where it's open. So they talked about having that there, cones go, and we also asked if there could be additional signage to make it very clear about school hours and whatnot, and they were open to all of that. We did ask that the communication goes out to the PTO who put together that proposal. The other conversation we had was around Westmore Oaks, our Fallbrook campus, and we know that we have a grant for that space, which is pretty exciting, and we are doing work on our end so that the fields can be used. I just drove by it like yesterday, and there's all these little seeds, I think, right, coming, will be there soon, and so
the city initially had some plans to come alongside with funding before we secured additional funding and to put in a play structure and whatnot. The community did talk a lot about having a walking path. It is our property. We own this property, unlike the Bridgeway Island space that we were talking about. And so there could be some conversation. I think we need to revisit that plan because my feeling was if we don't need the play structure, we don't want to take up any space that we can be using for our kids. But I think that they come first. It's our property, it's our space. But then, of course, we'd love to have community access, the walking trail and whatnot. So there might be some changes to the original proposal of that. But they do have funding set aside and are looking forward to partnering. We talked about the letter that I sent on behalf of the board, specifically asking City Council to allocate funding for half of a position for a reimagined SRO position. So we formally asked that they would also set aside to pay for half of that. We brought that up in the meeting and talked about some of the need for that in the process because the City Council hadn't necessarily been aware of the work that had been happening on our end and that our staff has been working with the West Sacramento Police Department as well as the city. We do have a survey that is going on. It's being worked on, being finalized, and before it goes out, the school board will see that survey. So we will see it before it is published and goes out. But I know that people are waiting to see that. It's been coming up for a long time. And then Dr. Hildreth also shared with them our responses to the federal actions that are happening around safety of our students. And just really around all of the uncertainties that are happening around immigration, around, well, it's changing every day what it's around. But really, I think they were very impressed by the work that Washington Unified is doing. They, I was later told they're going to send out their own communication and they are going to link to that Washington Unified's hub for immigration because that is such a good one. Thank you. And so, very much appreciate that. Also, thank you for bringing up the Elkhorn school piece. If we could maybe revisit what those community meetings could look like and have an update on that. And then I wanted to share one more piece before going into this other, and that is about our vaping in our bathrooms. So I did pull the handbook, the student handbook. It's very small when it talks about tobacco use. It really just talks about tobacco and any e-cigarette vaping products are just not allowed on school grounds. But I feel like this can be strengthened because I think it's at this point, it is such an issue on our campus. And to the point that was brought up, we have stronger cell phone policies than we do in some other things. So I think we need very clear consequences of what that looks like, not just we don't want you to do it. So that's the handbook, but then I also pulled up our policy. And when you Google, not Google, but use the search bar in our policies and you search vaping, like nothing comes up. Like I had to search lots of things before I found this policy. So I think it could be used some update as well. So first and foremost is our board policy. It's tobacco-free schools is what it falls under, but then we titled it smoke-free schools. Again, we say it's prohibited, but it almost has the feel of as though somebody is coming on campus and smoking, we ask them to leave. I mean, that's how this policy feels to me, and we need to now really update it, I think, to really focus on what's happening with our kids. So I'll be asking for that in a minute as well. And then with that, I think goes our human decency language that we just updated because as a board and district, the way that we talk to each other and the way that the words that students and staff are hearing on campus, I mean, it ties so closely into that and the unacceptable language that's happening on our campuses. What a gift it is to sit on this board. Dr. Hildreth's comments centering us, and then all of my colleagues on this board so eloquently speaking to the issue at hand. And I just want to acknowledge how powerful each of their statements were and how honored I am to be on this board. We had a board governance meeting on Saturday with Nicole Anderson, really centered around our equity work. We've been talking about that for a long time and doing that work for a long time. And I know that our staff, I know Dr. Hildreth, I know our cabinet, I know have been doing the work. And so we need to make that very visible. We need to bring our community in because they are part of this solution in terms of when students, of course, when they're on our campus, but also when they leave it and when they do, go off to the town center or wherever. And so opportunities to bring our communities in. But I think very strongly that the right people are in place with our board and our cabinet to have these hard conversations. This is not a group that shies away from hard conversations. I think we can lean into that. And we have very powerful, strong staff as well, so that we can make some tangible change. And I listened to what you said, Dr. Hildreth, and the partnerships that you have continued to bring into our district. And I think we really need to work on how we share that with the community and talk about that and can bring them into some of this work. But I want to thank you all for just being vulnerable yourselves, just like our students, and the work that we do here together. Okay. With that, I'm going to move us into our future agenda items. And we do have board governance handbook, which we didn't put on this agenda, but it is ready for you all. So we will put that on the next agenda for our board governance handbook. I'm sorry, I got all turned around with where my future agenda items are. Here they are. I'm sorry. Apologies. There's been so much eloquence, and then I end on this. Okay, I have them. Okay, so future agenda items, of course, our next board meeting is going to be February 27th, and we will get the board handbook on that for you all to see. We have our English Learners Program update for February 27th. We have our demographic study update for February 27th. Are there other board agenda items?
I think you said it earlier, the Elkhorn facilities update, but I don't know if you want to kind of kick that to the facility sub, and I don't, it's up to you all, like how you guys want to handle that and for us to bring back.
I like the idea of having it go to the facility group, but then having them report back to us.
And then so same with, I'm assuming the 7-Eleven up that you want, that's going to facilities and more.
Okay.
And so,
You hear that? So there's 7-Eleven now.
7-Eleven. I'm guessing you guys want to know the updates on 7-Eleven, what's happening on that process.
And then for mine, it would be the policy. I know that unfortunately policy can move slow and we want to move fast with our actions, but this is a piece that needs to be done too. So I think if we can look at our policy, our board policy around vaping, also if we need to look at our policy possibly around
policy sub.
Yeah, our policy subcommittee also around looking at racial slurs and student safety. I think that should be revisited as well in this light. So let's have both of those go to the policy committee.
We're going to have a long evening, Virginia.
That's fine.
It's the same day. Yeah.
It's the same day.
It's like, it's literally like we're having facilities
No,
and policy the same day, Virginia and I.
Facilities and policy, it's the same day.
Virginia and I both, yeah.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
What else can we load you two up with before?
I'm like, what else are you assigning us?
Yeah.
Figured since we were there, it's all good.
Okay. Are there any other items?
Yes. I would like to be able, I don't know if we, excuse me, maybe I missed it. I don't know. But the showcase of all of the past conferences that our staff have gone to and what they've learned and bring me back the goodies of like knowledge, those little nuggets.
Thank you. You did ask for that. I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay, so I didn't miss it.
No, you didn't miss it.
No, we had talked about having that come in executive summary for the board, just that level of information first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any others? Okay. All right. Well, then we're gonna. All right. Then we'll adjourn the meeting and have a lovely. I know Washington Unified. You are on school break tomorrow and on Monday, and have a lovely and safe weekend.
Yes.
Happy Valentine's Day. But since today's
Galentine's.
Valentine's Day, can we take a picture? Thank you.